Just had a check. Nobody else is going.
That's for Peter, but. Oh, Jamie's not here.
No, take your time.
Jamie's not here yet.
How's everything at your abode? Good?
Good.
That's good.
We need to replace our roof soon.
Uh-oh, that's not fun. Who do you use?
And I can't get anybody else to take the policy until I agree to put a new roof on. Because it's originally the original roof on this house, but there certainly cannot be that roof on years ago.
But you can't
But
prove it.
unfortunately, I don't have any roof problems. Probably actually feel more comfortable putting a roof on, but I'm trying to hold out until.
So we did a build out. Took out a new
Yeah.
office space and
The
everything.
only
The
advice
contractor
I'm
comes
going
in.
to give you is if you ever intend to
Have
get
this like
solar
mass,
panels,
so it's a kind of flex space office on the front, wireless and that sort
I
of
have way too
deal.
many trees on my
Massive
property
storage
for
room,
that.
like ran the whole
Because
like
I made
the
a
warehouse
mistake
plus
putting
up in the
them on
office and like.
Yeah.
And there's no conference room there.
before I replaced my roof.
Put a wall
Part of
there.
off,
It's
yeah.
been on about 5
Like,
years.
you know, drop a
Now
set of
that
doors
I've
and
replaced
things
my roof, I
like
gotta
that.
pay an extra $8,000.
So they do it.
to
So,
have
you know, I haven't really
put
been
back
there.
on.
I didn't watch it as they were kind of doing the TI stuff.
So
So I came down there
it's
and
best to do it while you're sleeping.
so walking down there.
South exposed of my house.
There's no outlet.
Trees everywhere.
I'm like, it does look good. I mean, you guys did great work. It looks great, but
Run
I'm
any
like,
electrical in
One of the guys
yeah,
who works for me has
there
put
ain't no
new
light in there.
an extra tie down on his
You know,
Probably low voltage too.
yeah, it's like,
underneath the roof.
it's like, put some outlets on the wall.
Trust
Maybe,
that.
maybe put one
I
on the
had that
switch
happen
and
where my neighbors,
projector.
insurance company made it.
That'd be nice.
Hurricane clips.
So we've been dealing with our landlord.
That's not another storage unit.
We've been dealing with our landlord for like the past
We're
2
talking.
months, and finally, I tell you this because
Okay, Denise, we're ready?
Yeah, busting their spells.
All right,
Are you
good.
guys going to stop by and take a look? So finally,
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. To have a stand for a moment of silence and then the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
Mr. Jamie Girardi, Mr. Derek Kotlitz,
Here.
Mr. Peter Hensel,
here.
Mr. John Moody,
Here.
Mr. Christopher Cole,
Here.
Mr. Chris Williams,
Here.
and Chairman Charles Gray.
Here. And proof of publication, please?
Items were published in the Tampa Bay Times on November 2nd, 2022, November 23rd, 2022, December 21st, 2022, January 18th, 2023, and January 22nd, 2023.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go through the information about the Planning Commission and about our procedures. Before that, I'd like to, for anyone who plans to come up and speak today, I'd like for you to stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn, please. Anybody that plans to come up and give testimony?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to welcome everybody. We're the Planning Commission. We're appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. We meet twice monthly. We serve as a local planning agency, and we hold public hearings and transmit to the Board of County Commissioners our recommendations on comprehensive plan amendments, land development code amendments, rezonings, and conditional use amendments. The Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, certain appeals, variance requests, and certain alternative standard requests. However, a final decision may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. Anyone who's in opposition to any land development, code amendment, rezoning, conditional use, or any item where the Planning Commission transmits a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, it'd be important for you to attend the appropriate County Commission meeting. Those of you not familiar with the format of the meetings, we'll go over those briefly. We have 3 sections. We have the continuances, where this is where the staff or the applicant has requested a continuance for any number of reasons. It's been our tradition to grant those continuances unless there are extenuating circumstances. Then we have a consent agenda, and that's an agenda where the items listed on the consent agenda we'll go through one at a time. And if there are no objections or nobody raises a hand to pull something from consent, then we will approve that consent agenda all at one time. Anything that's pulled from consent will go on the irregular items, and those will be fully heard, fully vetted. You'll have a chance to speak to those if you have something to say. And applicants will have 3 minutes to make a presentation, and the questioners will have 3 minutes to ask their questions, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to come up and respond to any of those questions. We have a rule here where we want to make sure that if you have your phone with you, most of you probably do, please put it on the silent position. I don't like to hear it going off when somebody's trying to speak. And before we start the regular meeting, is there anyone that's here, or any group that's here, to speak on something that is not on today's agenda? Okay, I don't see anybody. Anybody on WebEx?
Mr. Chair, Denise Hernandez, no one on WebEx has signed up to speak on an item that is not on the agenda today.
All right. All right, then we can begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. We're going to start with item PC2, which is PDD 237607. It's a zoning amendment for Bailey's Wildcat CCMPUD Connected City Master Plan Unit Development.
Oh, excuse me one
Yes,
second.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have minutes to approve?
You do have minutes to approve.
Okay.
PC one.
I was just saying if you were paying attention.
I was.
Okay. All right, you make a motion?
So moved. To approve the minutes of November 17th, 2022.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion of the minutes? Not. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Minutes are hereby approved. Now, let's start over.
Thank you so much. Item PC2 is PDD 237607. It's a zoning amendment for Bailey's Wildcat CCMPUD Connected City Master Plan Unit Development. The item is a request for continuance to the March 2nd, 2023 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
All right, for item PC2, request for continuance, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Okay, is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Following item is PC3. It's PDD 220012 for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAL 2208 for State Road 52 Groves. The request is for a continuance to the February 16th, 2023 local planning agency at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
Is this staff or applicant request?
I believe that this is actually a staff requested continuance.
Because I remember the last time there was discussion on continuing this to today, and the applicant expressed her displeasure that we actually wanted to have this in Newport Richey and wanted to have a hearing today.
The applicant is online, Ms. Wilhite, so perhaps she can speak to that.
Ms. Wilhite, do we have a comment on that?
Super Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, Florida. For the applicant, The city staff's requested continuance, and the applicant is in agreement.
Okay.
All right.
Move to continue item PC3.
Second.
Motion and second. Is there anyone here to object? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
And let me also clarify that just for the rest of the items, there is no one on WebEx to speak to any of the items other than the applicants for the items.
Okay, thank you.
The following item is PC4, PDD 230056. This is Wildcat Groves' development agreement for Wildcat Groves, Inc., Janet Elizabeth LaRue and Cynthia D. Bales. The request is to continue the item to the March 2nd, 2023 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
All right. Is the applicant present? No.
The applicant is not present online, however, is aware of the continuance request.
Okay, anyone here to object? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Motion to continue.
Chairman.
Second.
All right, motion carries. All right, so go ahead.
You want us to vote?
I thought you just did.
Well, we just made the motion.
Okay. You made the commotion. Go ahead. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Following item is PC5, it's PDD 237678 for a zoning amendment. The name of Margie A. Tignley for a change in zoning from a C3 commercial light manufacturing district that had specific uses to a C2 general commercial district with a voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction where a minimum of 10,000 square feet of office is provided in the front of the parcel, prohibits uses such as car washes, gas stations, drive-through restaurants, standalone boat and RV storage, and requires that self-storage facilities be set back a minimum of 250 feet. That's part of the voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear that case.
Okay, I'm gonna pull that then.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself from this one. I've already handled
Recuse?
the paper.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll come back to that one then.
Okay. We're going to move on to item PC6. PC6 is PDD 237686 in the name of Oakley Junction AG LLC. Oakley Junction, it's for a change in zoning from an AC agricultural district to a C2 general commercial district, together with a voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction that limits the commercial retail uses to a maximum of 22,000 square feet. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
All right. Is the applicant online?
The applicant is virtually present, yes.
Okay, is there anyone here to object? We have one to object, so we'll have to pull that one too.
Okay.
PC6.
I'm going to read the next item, but there are folks on the next item who has signed up to speak, so we can just automatically pull PC7, which is PDD 237687 from consent.
Okay, so move.
So we'll present the items beginning with PC5.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
I'd like to move item 9 above item PC8. We're going to be presented with a design standards manual after we're asked to vote to remove the design criteria from the manual. I think that's tantamount to the Speaker of the House telling us we can't.
Yes, Mr. Moody, thank you.
Until we vote on the bill.
Thank you so much. I was actually going to ask that myself, but we don't have a way to put it on the agenda that way. So yes, thank you so much for requesting that. So yes, we would like to also, we were going to ask that you hear P9 before PC8.
Is there a reason that's not in the
that require
agenda
a motion?
packet?
What is not on the agenda packet? Say it again.
Is there a reason the manual is not in the commission's agenda packet?
No, there isn't a reason why it's not in the agenda packet. It was a presentation only item, so we didn't add it to the agenda packet. So we can send it to the Planning Commission. Because you're not voting on the design standards manual, but
Well, that depends whether or not we approve item PCA.
Understand.
Well, let's just go ahead and, I assume you're making a motion, so do we have a second to move the item?
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? not, all signify by saying aye if you're in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, yeah, so switched.
Liam Devine, Planning and Development. This is item PC5, PDD 23-7678, in the name of Margie A. Tingley. It is a zoning amendment from C3, Commercial/Light Manufacturing District, to a C2 General Commercial District. The subject site is located on the south side of State Road 52, approximately a half a mile east of Marauder Boulevard. This is a look at the aerial view of the site. The surrounding future land use to the northeast and west is all ROR, and to the south is Res 6. The surrounding zoning to the north is AC and AR, to the east is MF1, to the south is the MPUD for Marauder Connected City MPUD, and to the west is also an MPUD for State Road 54 in Clinton. The subject site is currently a professional office on approximately 9.82 acres. The applicant proposes to develop the property with professional office and a self-storage facility in conformance with the C2 General Commercial District standards for development. The subject site is currently zoned C3. However, I would like to note that this rezoning previously to C3 was approved with a specific use for computer software and hardware services only, so that is currently the only use allowed on the site. The applicant has volunteered to record a deed restriction, and the subject site has a future land use classification of ROR. This is coming with a recommendation for approval from Planning and Development Department.
Liam, can you explain the existing zoning and the specific use? I wasn't understanding that in the staff.
Yes, so the previous rezoning was actually approved with a specific use. So Euclidean zoning districts now aren't approved with specific uses or conditions. They sometimes have deed restrictions that would limit it to a specific use, but the previous one was actually approved with a condition for one specific use only, and that would have been for computer software and hardware services only.
So what I'm not understanding is why for computer software did they need the C3 light manufacturing district?
Sure, I can answer that question, and of course, it's gonna seem very nonsensical considering what we know that to be today. But back in, when this item, the property was rezoned in 1983, that was not a use that was in a professional office district. So, and it wasn't a use that was in a C2 district either. So it was actually a C3 district use. I think because data processing and those things were in very large, they took up a very large area. The actual processing software and the cabinets and everything else, and that's why it was a C3 use.
So is that
Clearly, our code has changed a lot,
sure.
very much since then, but that was the reason for that.
So is that use going to stay on the property?
That use is not going to stay on the property because now it's going to be C2. That use would be an allowable use on C2. We didn't include that as a prohibited use. But the use is not going to stay on the property. And I will allow the applicant to speak to that, but the applicant proposes to place 10,000 square feet of professional office along the front and a self-storage facility along the back, which is set back 250 feet from.
So then the question that I have is, the voluntary deed restriction says they're going to agree to a minimum of 10,000 square feet of office. And the question that I have is, how do we enforce a minimum? They're going to come in and they're going to build a self-storage facility. And then how do you force the applicant to build 10,000 square feet of office?
So that would be done through the site development plan. So the preliminary site plan would say that you have to have a minimum of 10,000 square feet of office
But when? Is
on the
that
property.
Before they get the
We can-
self-storage or after they get the self-storage?
Well, I think we can add that as in the voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction, as in terms of timing. We can add timing to that.
Why not necessarily?
This is Barbara Wellhite. We would be agreeable. I understand the question. There are deed restrictions that make provision for how that's demonstrated at the preliminary site plan stage, and we certainly can add language to make that clear in the deed restriction. Mr. Moody?
I understand, and that's actually not where I'm going with it, Barbara. I
Okay.
am curious about the need for 10,000 square feet of office. They're asking for a Euclidean zoning district here, and we're imposing PO office uses on them, although it's said to be voluntary. I'll ask the applicant, when you submitted the application, did you submit the deed restriction with your first application?
The applicant did not. However, in the timing and phasing application, the applicant did state that he was interested in doing professional office and self-storage.
Okay,
Could you-
but office is allowed in C2.
That's correct.
I could probably also elaborate a little bit. This particular application received objections from the Office of Economic Growth because C3 is a light manufacturing district, so it's effectively losing the job generation potential of the site when you convert from C3 to C2. So Economic Growth wanted to make sure there was still job generation on the site.
So, okay, and you may have just made my point for me, is that I'm questioning whether or not the deed restriction is voluntary. We're told that we can't condition Euclidean zoning districts, but what I see time and time again is we get a Euclidean zoning application and we're told, well, the applicants agreed to a voluntary deed restriction. And I want to tell you guys a little story about what happened to me a few years ago. I came in and I did a rezoning. I don't do rezonings anymore, and it was funny because I didn't practice what I preached. I actually told my client my preference not would be to file the rezoning on his behalf because I'm an engineer, and that if we ran into a problem at a public hearing and they wanted to impose some sort of condition, that I wouldn't be able to give them legal advice. But he liked my fee better than the local land use attorney, so we agreed to do it anyways. And when I showed up to the planning commission meeting, a staff member approached me and my client as we sat down, and we were presented with a quote voluntary deed restriction and told if we want to be on the consent agenda that day that we needed to agree to the quote voluntary deed restriction. So I understand how the voluntary deed restrictions are not exactly voluntary. And so I'm not sure that I feel comfortable imposing 10,000 square feet of office. The Euclidean zoning district would allow the applicant to build the offices if that's what they wanted to do. But I don't feel comfortable telling them they have to build offices. And I especially don't feel comfortable telling them they have to build offices when the county staff won't even come to work in the office. I get on pre-application meetings and they're working from home. So I have a hard time telling somebody, you must build this.
So I don't know.
There may or may not be a need for that, and the market will determine what that need is. I'm not opposed to this rezoning, and I think C2 allows for many job-generating uses. I just don't think we should be in the business of telling you must build this. Well, what if the market doesn't need it? And then it also says that this is then found by staff to be consistent with the North Innovation Zone portion of the connected cities. And I'm looking at some of the uses that are being restricted in the quote voluntary deed restriction, and these are all uses that are supposedly listed as predominant uses for the North Innovation Zone and connected cities. Things like civic uses, neighborhood commercial services. The deed restriction restricts personal services such as beauty and barber shops, tailor shops, laundries, shoe repair, dry cleaners, florists, photographic studios. I would think if I worked in an office, and I do, that unfortunately I didn't get a chance to get my hair cut today, but we need people to cut hair too, and those are jobs.
Mr. Moody, that the deed restriction doesn't restrict those uses. The deed restriction just basically states that
But it
that
says
can't be
they don't count
counted
towards
towards a
office
10,000 square
requirement.
feet of office.
I understand that.
Right.
So,
So-
to be clear how this works, I get your point, but staff doesn't have to recommend approval of an application. Your comment presupposes that they're entitled to an approval. They're
No.
not entitled to approval, so usually the applicant offers these restrictions to get staff's recommendation of approval. Any applicant can come in with a recommendation of denial and make their case that they should have an unrestricted C2 zoning. This applicant did not want to do that, so they proffered the deed restriction.
Did this applicant know that they could do that, though? That's what-
Absolutely, I can guarantee you Ms. Walleye knows that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Barbara Wright. This was the result of a couple meetings and back and forth, and working together with my client, working together with staff to come to this. My client is on the line, as I understand, if he wants to add anything. But we did work, we did have a couple meetings and we discussed everybody's perspectives and we were able to reach an agreement, which you see here in the deed restriction.
Sure. Well, I would like future applicants to know that if you come here with a Euclidean zoning request, we'll consider that, whether the staff recommends approval or denial, and we may agree with the staff and we may not agree with the staff, but you shouldn't feel pressured to do what the staff wants. Maybe you're hearing from a planning commissioner today. I wouldn't be here trying to impose 10,000 square feet of office. And I'm going to vote for this rezoning today, but I'm going to move that we approve that without forcing the deed restriction on them.
To be clear, you're not forcing the deed restriction. The applicant is volunteer. I
Yeah,
understand
but it
that
also says in the act that the rezoning will not become effective until the applicant records the deed restriction.
because the applicant has proffered that deed restriction. So it's a promise the applicant has made. That's why we don't, they're saying that this is what uses will be. If they're not going to offer that up, then the board needs to take action on it without assuming there is no deed restriction. But to be clear, you're not forcing anything. You're not conditioning this rezoning,
Well,
nor do you have authority to condition it.
I understand, but we've seen a lot of use of voluntary deed restriction since it was determined we couldn't condition Euclidean rezonings.
But you also understand that part of the reason applicants propose that is they don't want to be, don't want to do an MPUD rezoning, and they don't want to do a development agreement. It actually is the fastest and easiest way for them to restrict the uses without going through a lengthy MPD process or a lengthy development agreement process.
Well, and in this case, we're forcing a use. We're going to build a minimum. I don't want to hold them up, because in post-COVID, what office market is there?
There's
People are working from home. In New York City, there are empty offices everywhere.
I think the I mean, we don't have David Engel here to, and part of the reason for this deed restriction is because of the Office of Economic Growth had concerns about the conversion from C3 to C2. I think he would give you a different opinion on the office market, the suburban office market in Pasco County. We actually are seeing fairly good demand for office uses in suburban Pasco. Maybe New York City isn't, but this is Florida. We're not the same market as Florida. We have a different governor. There's a different philosophy than New York. So we're actually seeing very good demand for, a lot of people are working in the office in Florida.
Well,
I understand that there's one department you've cited that has some remote workers, but my understanding is that's a space issue more than a COVID issue.
As the deed restriction says, it can be medical office, it can be weight loss centers, it can be chiropractic, it can be, so it's not just necessarily professional office space, there can be other uses.
And medical office, there actually is a very good demand for medical office. People still get sick.
I don't disagree with that. I just.
And by the way, the applicant, I believe, plans to do it anyway.
So, if that's fine, I will amend the motion to approve item PC5.
By the way, you
with
know,
voluntary deed
So I don't think we ever
restriction.
asked
I hope staff's hearing my
Yeah,
message.
I think we gotta ask for,
public comment.
Public
You have to
comment
ask public
first.
comment on this one.
is there anybody in here that would like to make public comment from the floor? Anybody here that wants to speak?
And for
Okay.
the record, again, I know I've stated it, but we have no one that has signed up on WebEx for this item.
Right. Okay. All right. Mr. Moody, you can make the motion now if you like.
Move to approve item PC5 as presented.
All right, so we have a motion?
I'll second.
And we have a second. Further discussion of the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay, great. All right, what's next?
William Devine, Planning Development. The next item is actually PC 6, and we'll just wait for the PowerPoint to pop up. But it's PDD 23-7686 in the name of Oakley Junction AG LLC. It is a zoning amendment from AC Agricultural District to C2 General Commercial District. So the subject site is on the northeast corner of Oakley Boulevard and Old Pasco Road. This is an aerial view of the site. Oh, go back one. This is the aerial view of the site. The surrounding future land use to the north is Res 3 and Res 6 and MU, mixed use. To the east and south is MU mixed use, and to the west is Res 6 and MU. The surrounding zoning to the north is AC, AR, R1, and MF2. To the east is AR, to the south is AC, and to the west is AC and R1. The subject site is currently undeveloped on approximately 1.98 acres. The applicant proposes to develop in conformance with C2 General Commercial District standards for development. The applicant has voluntarily recorded a deed restriction limiting the maximum use to 22 square feet of commercial/retail uses for the property. Access to the property is from Old Pasco Road, a county-maintained collector road with approximately 130 feet of right-of-way that varies, and Oakley Boulevard, a county-maintained local road with approximately 90 feet of right-of-way that also varies. The subject site has a future land use classification of MU, mixed uses, under the comprehensive plan, and this is coming with a recommendation for approval from Planning and Development Department.
Liam, to be clear, I think you said 22, but it's 22,000.
22,000, sorry.
Yeah, I was
Thank
just
you.
gonna
Sorry.
Is that, what, it's a small building?
That would be fairly restricted.
Yeah, right.
22 square feet.
You can turn around then. Okay, so is the applicant present?
Mr. Chairman, I had a question for Mr. Devine.
Yeah, just one second, let me
Oh,
just see
okay,
if the
sorry.
applicant's present.
Okay.
There's no applicant present, correct?
This is Barbara White for the applicant.
Okay, Barbara, any comments?
No, we're in favor of staff's recommendation, and we're ready to respond to public comment. My client and Mike Grazer, our transportation consultant, are there in person.
Okay, very good. Is there anybody in the audience that needs to comment on this? Okay. So, might I suggest that we hear what the objection or concern is first, Barbara?
Yes, that would
Okay.
be fine with me.
Chris had a question for the staff.
Okay. Yeah, I know he did. I just wanted to hear from this. Let's get this out of the way because we got one person that wants to speak. Let's let him speak. You just state your name and address, please.
Sean Harold, my home address is what you want?
Mhm.
That is 35059 Smoke Tree Lane, Dade City, 33523.
Thank you. And you've been sworn. I think I saw you back there.
I did not swear.
Oh, I thought you stood up and held your right hand.
I objected. I had an objection.
Oh, that's
I
what
can
you were
swear
doing.
right now, though.
Okay, I got you. And then you need to be sworn.
Is there anybody else that needs to be sworn, so we can do this all at once? Okay.
Okay, if you raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and help you God?
Okay, there you go.
Well, I'm the principal at Faith Baptist Preschool and Academy, located right there at Faith Baptist Church, which is the property bordering the property that we're evaluating right now. And we have several hundred feet that borders that same property. And we're just concerned because we got a church there, we got a preschool, and we got K through 12th grade school as well. And, that Old Pasco Road and Oakley Boulevard there are already very busy streets. And we just want to make it known that, we're there, we're concerned about this property bordering us being opened up to a C2 zoning, which gives a lot of liberty what might be built there. And, some things would really concern us, especially like, for instance, a gas station that were put there that might attract some people, some types of people that we don't really want really near the school. Also, there's the concerns about, you know, gas fumes and all that, and so just the busyness that might cause, that being that close to the school, is definitely a very big concern, and depending on what gets built there, could cause even bigger concerns as well. We just want to make that known.
Okay. Do the alcohol restrictions apply? Alcohol
Yes,
sales?
so there is a requirement that you can't serve alcoholic beverages within 1,000 feet of a church, school, or a place of worship, a park, or
Are
a,
they allowed to sell them from like a convenience store?
they can sell them from the convenience store, yes. That's preempted to the state.
Okay.
Could you point out
For,
where you're looking?
for beer, I think, right?
That's correct, that's just the sale of beer, which is a 1 APS. That is preempted to the state.
Beer or wine? Is that
When you
one?
bring wine into the equation, then there's the 1,000 foot separation requirement.
Okay. You probably
Beer
have-
for package
You probably have
sales.
wine at the church, don't you?
What was that?
You probably have wine at the church, too.
We don't.
Oh, no, okay.
Pretty strict on that. Grape juice. Grape juice.
Wrong church.
Grape juice, okay. It's pre-wine. Chris, I think you had a question first.
Well, Peter.
You're gonna defer to Pete? Okay.
My question was the traffic going in and out of your church, how will it, I don't see it on this map here. I would like to know how the direction of the traffic would flow, and how it would impact your facility.
Yeah, so we are the location, you know, just to the right there, just to the east of the highlighted property. And our main entrance is right in the corner of Oakley Boulevard there, where it kind of takes a sharp left turn. And so just any traffic that would be on Oakley Boulevard there would increase traffic and definitely some safety concerns for the preschool and academy kids at our school.
And what are your hours of operation?
Or what?
Hours of operation?
Yeah, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Say again, please.
7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday as a school, and then, of course, weekend stuff for the church as well.
Thank you.
Sir, I take it you also own the site that looks vacant, that's immediately to the east of the site?
Right, yeah, so our property borders the highlighted line there. That's all our property right there, tree lines and all that.
Are you intending to leave all that sort of vegetated area the way it is? Or are you planning to expand the church at some point into that area?
Yeah, you know, at some point, we'd love to use as much of our property as possible for the school and church, and we just don't want to be
I'm asking
restricted.
because right now it doesn't look like you're proximate to the site, but you're saying you might be in the future? I mean, it
Well,
looks like
definitely
you're
on
fairly-
Oakley Boulevard there, we're very close.
I meant,
No, we
but
don't have any
Your
structures.
actual church doesn't seem like it's right next to the site, but are you saying that you might develop the piece that's immediately adjacent to it?
We absolutely could, yeah. Yeah, we're definitely a growing school. We're looking at more enrollment this next year than ever before, and possibly growing from every year from there on. And so, yeah, we would definitely have some concerns with what might be placed right next to our property line there.
What do
That
you think?
intersection by you, that's not signalized, right? That's a three-way stop
Yeah,
there?
no signal there.
Okay.
How many students at the school?
Currently in the 60s, and then there's almost 40 in the preschool. So we're looking at over 100 total in this next year, though. Projecting for next year. So.
And do most of your parents drop off using Oakley Boulevard?
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody would
From
right at that.
Pasco or from the south?
Both. I mean, they come in from both directions, and right there at the corner of Oakley Boulevard, that's where they all come in to our parking lot there. So.
Are you able to get them in, to David's point, without them queuing out onto Oakley? Or do they queue out onto Oakley at all? Is there any issues there with potential traffic safety issues there?
It's busy. It definitely is busy at all hours of the day, especially during our pickup and drop-off times for students and all that. So, yeah, I would say there's concerns.
Well, I think Mr. Poole's question is, and your pickup and drop-off times, is the queue line spilling out onto Oakley Boulevard?
We have had that issue at times, yeah.
how far back? I mean, does it all ever go back to Old Pasco Road?
No, it doesn't go back that far, if I'm honest, but it definitely goes on to Oakley Boulevard at times. People waiting at that stop sign, not even pulling into our parking lot until a space opens up.
Okay, well, so what do you see as appropriate use for that property? Just curious what you think. If you owned it, what would you do with it? Not you, but somebody.
Yeah. I love the idea of agricultural, as well as maybe
Agricultural? It's
just the way it is, you know?
It's sort of a small piece
that would-
for a farm, for a
Right,
ranch.
yeah. That would be our highest preference, or even absorbing it one day as part of our school and church property would be really awesome as well.
That's owned AC commercial, and doesn't that require a minimum of 5 or 10 acres? So that's would be like a non-conforming AC lot?
That's correct, yeah. AC district requires a minimum of 10
The
acres.
reason they require 5 or 10 acres is it's not really viable for them to conduct commercial agriculture there.
I think the chairman's question, are there commercial uses that you would not object to on that site?
I would definitely say our preference is no commercial, but obviously light use and light traffic, and definitely nothing that would draw particular type of people, like even the sale of alcohol at a gas station. I know it's not for consumption right there, but even that would concern us and may draw in people that would concern us. And so very light use, very light traffic use, and specific small businesses that wouldn't draw in a particular type of person. Offices may not be too bad if they're used lightly.
We could move the 10,000 square feet of office.
That would depend if the applicant volunteers to report a newspaper.
Same applicant.
Not the same applicant, same attorney, same representative.
Same rep, yeah.
Just kind of brainstorming now, but it would definitely help us if there weren't commercial access on Oakley Boulevard there. If it was kept minimally to just Pasco Road, that would definitely help our situation with traffic on Oakley Boulevard. So, again, our preference is to not really see anything go there, but we understand that that may not be the option. But if you work with us a little bit and just keeping our kids safe, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not speaking for the whole board. I'm just thinking that, from a practical point of view and a fairness, I mean, we can't just restrict somebody from using their property for an appropriate use. We're not compelled to give them, just anything they want either.
Right.
But, everybody has the right to use their property, to pay taxes on it. They just like you do. Well, you don't pay taxes on yours probably. But,
Don't hold that against us.
no, I don't. Some people I would, but no, I don't. But I think there are uses that can go there, and C2, to me, I don't know you're certainly not going to build a home on that property.
Sure.
So you got to find something within the C2 uses, I think, that that fits there. Obviously, whoever buys it's going to have to come in for approval for that.
Yeah. Yeah, so our desire would maybe just see it minimally used in that way, and then maybe some additional restrictions as to what type of businesses could go there.
So, Mr. Chair, it might be a fair question to the applicant about why they're seeking C2 instead of C1. C1 tends to have lower intensity commercial uses, more neighborhood scale commercial uses. But I don't know if the applicant has something in mind as to why they're requesting C2 as opposed to C1.
All right, well, I think we got the flavor of what your concern is, so thank you for coming out.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if I can just point out one thing to this gentleman.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. One more.
I just want to mention that whatever comes in there, they're required to provide buffers and things like that. So certainly, whatever eventually happens, pay attention, because they'll be notifying you that they're coming in with their site plan and things like that, and you can kind of have some input as to the type of buffer that's between you and them.
Yeah, we would certainly be watching it closely and noting any concerns that we have.
Okay.
Commercial is definitely the highest and best use for that.
So, Ms. Wilhite, we have your input? You're-
Sure, our role for the applicant. We propose C2 uses because that is the appropriate use at the corner of the intersection here. Old Pasco is a collector road. It's a major intersection of the boulevard. The future land use is mixed use, which includes their property as well. It is the most intense and dense land use classification that you have. Mixed use allows 0.6 FAR, and if you do residential, it'll be 32 units per acre. So the future land use drive is what guides the zoning of the property and its location. We certainly don't intend on being a bad neighbor. We don't intend on drawing bad people in. We just intend on using the property for the uses that the comp plan contemplates here. We do have Mr. Razor in the audience who did the traffic study, the timing and phasing analysis of standard road applications. Access management will be reviewed. So specifics of how we access the property and how we relate to the church's use and traffic and will be reviewed at site plan when we have an actual user.
All right, Barbara, I think we have somebody at the podium for you.
Good afternoon, Michael Razor with Razor Transportation Consulting, 19046 Bruce B. Duns Boulevard, Tampa, and I have been sworn. I produced a timing and phasing analysis for this particular project in conformance with the approved methodology statement and the land development code. The results of the analysis identified that the adjacent roadway segments have adequate capacity to accommodate this project with the resulting level of service at C compared to an E standard. The intersections were identified to operate acceptably as well pursuant to the requirements of the land development code. And as Ms. Wilhite had mentioned, the site access portion of the analysis is deferred since this is Euclidean rezone. And more details would be forthcoming on that in regard to specific uses, specific access connections, and the need for transportation improvements associated with those would be deferred until site plan permitting. But of course, I'm here to answer any specific questions that you may have. Thank you.
Do you know if you're, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, Dave.
Are you anticipate you'll get access off of Oakley or Old Pasco or both?
Access is going to be a relative challenge regardless of which location or both locations. Currently, the design plans for Pasco Road involve a median restriction, so a connection to Old Pasco Road would be restricted to right in, right out. So I presume that we would be looking for some type of access connection to Oakley if we're able to meet access management standards. But again, that question's a little premature, I believe.
And did you do your traffic study just based on general retail or?
Yeah, so the land development code, as everyone here may or may not know, when you're doing a Euclidean rezone, the district that you're rezoning to has the requirements for the maximum development area. So the land development code includes something called reasonable yield to identify what that square footage would be in lieu of having a site plan, and that number is calculated, in this case was reduced to match the deed restriction being proposed at 22,000 square feet of, quote, general commercial. So there's uses that would be having a higher trip rate, there were uses that have a lower trip rate, but this study was done consistent with all the other ones that I've done in the county under, for Euclidean.
What was the square footage that that calculation was?
Would have been around 32,000 square feet, around 33,000.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Your study, when was it conducted?
The report is dated November 4th of 2022.
Okay.
So it was fall of this past year.
You're aware of the fact that a significant number of apartments have gone in this particular area?
Excuse me?
There have been a number of apartments that have been developed
Correct.
recently in this area.
Yes, traffic patterns in this area generally have changed significantly, most notably because of the opening of the new interchange at Old Pasco Road. So our traffic count and everything we're basing it on includes traffic that's coming north from State Road 54, Wesley Chapel Boulevard, which has been theoretically reduced since then. I haven't gone out and done the before and afters. I understand the Traffic Operations Department is currently looking into doing that, but the traffic volumes in this report would reflect a worst case scenario in regard to overall traffic, but does not specifically include the apartment development. Rather, growth rates were decided to be the mechanism to identify background traffic. Again, considering the big overall changes that were forthcoming at the time we prepared the
What
study.
growth rate did you assume?
The 2% per year, David. The county standard growth rate out of the MPO table.
And our staff was fine with that growth rate for
Correct.
this area? And does the county have any improvements planned on Old Pasco Road in this area?
Well, this is the segment that's going to be 4-laned.
So was that assumed as?
It is not assumed in our study as being 4-lane.
So was level service
We
C
prepared it's level service C
even at 2 lanes?
based on 2 lanes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I can tell you there's been significant work at this intersection here, but there's also another church just south of this. I believe it's the south of Oakley Boulevard.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Denise,
So you have 2 churches that are at that intersection, basically, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So,
Mike, is there going to be any substantive amount of right-of-way that needs to be granted along Old Pasco for corridor preservation?
Now, I don't know the answer to that specifically. I only know what I've heard through our client, and the answer would be no, not a large amount of right-of-way, because north of this site, there was a large amount of right-of-way, as you can probably
that's why
see.
I'm asking the question.
There's a linear pond within that
There's
swath.
There's a finding of fact in your agenda memo that talks about this, that the county needs 62 feet from the center line of Oakley and 62 feet from the center line of Old Pasco, but also references a route study, which may require more or less right-of-way than what I just mentioned.
And the applicant has, as I understand, met with transportation folks and is aware of whatever that requirement would be upon them.
And Chris? And that was my question, and Mike, I don't know if you know the answer or staff, but where are we with the widening of Old Pasco Road? The route study, I guess, is the next thing, or?
I think that I'd have to defer to staff on the current timing.
Any other questions?
Do we have an answer to that, or?
I don't have one for Mike, I have one for staff.
Yeah, I have questions.
Sure, we do have some folks online that may be able to answer that question. Or we may even have someone here present who might be able to answer that question as well.
Denise, on the property that's the church, that's zoned AR,
Yes.
is a special exception or conditional use required for a church in that district?
No, a church is a principal permitted
It's a
use
permitted
in
use,
our
okay.
agricultural residential district. Now, if the church has like a daycare, for example, then that would require a special exception, and the church indeed has a special exception that was granted in 1997 for a daycare.
And are there any?
200 cap students.
And are there any conditions related to transportation or traffic?
I can take a look if you give me a few minutes to try to see if I
Please.
can find a special exception.
now, there are 2 churches,
Yeah. the
so we
church
need to
is
consider
south.
that factor. And they both have, I believe they both have daycare. At least we know one does. He indicated that.
So, Mr. Williams had a question. I'm not clear whether it's somebody online's gonna answer that, or we're gonna have Ms. Smith answer, but we should answer it.
We do have folks online that they can unmute themselves if they have the answer to that question. They're presenters.
Is there anybody coming online?
I'd be glad to answer that.
Not hearing anyone, let's hear from Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, I'm Margaret Smith, County Engineer. Was it you, Chris?
Yes.
There is a route study that's been approved for Old Pasco Road. It's in the process of being looked at and updated.
Okay.
So it's still in that process. We haven't taken it back to the public.
Sure.
We have, but we're making changes. So we'll
Okay.
probably have to go back one more time.
Okay.
So
Do you
does that
have,
answer your question?
Is design or construction in the CIP for that road?
Yeah, it is. There is, it's both the design and the construction.
Oh, okay.
And the right-of-way, because we will need some more right-of-way as well.
So it's likely to be done in the next 5 years or so, approximately?
I couldn't answer exactly. Who do we have online?
We have
Yes, I can get that
Stacy
to you.
Burgess, and I think they're trying to reach out to traffic operations to see if they can get some
No,
answers.
it would be the CIP, Tracy. Let me
Okay.
get back with
Well,
you
that's-
on exactly when the design right-of-way
I
and
mean, that's
construction is
helpful
to
to
be
know.
funded.
That's helpful to know that you're working on the route study and it's already in the CIP. So
It
that's-
is, it is,
that's-
yeah. And actually, we're moving ahead with the design right at Overpass. Not that that affects this area, but
Sure.
that's getting close to going out to add, so.
Okay,
But I'll get back with you
okay,
on
yeah,
those
that's fine,
exact
great, thank you.
fiscal years. All right.
Okay.
And to answer the question regarding the special, I'm sorry, I'm going to answer the question regarding the special exception. There isn't a specific transportation condition on the special exception. I can continue to dig to see if there's something in the site plan that was required as a condition of approval of the special exception. So I can continue to dig. But that's the answer regarding the special exception. Capping 200, have to go through a site plan, and, yeah, nothing
I
regarding
think-
transportation.
You said he was in about 60 students today.
I think she said there was a cap of 200.
They're capped at 200.
Yeah, oh,
60 today, is
yes.
that correct, sir?
But to Denise's
Mr.
point,
Marple, I would just add two things to follow up, I'm sorry.
well, I was just gonna add Denise's point, that there likely were some access-related improvements at the time they came in for site plan approval, but we don't have those readily available. Okay.
Can I make a comment? It's closer to
Two
100
things.
students.
Can I just add,
Go ahead, Barbara.
okay, sorry for that. The things I would add is, and my client would probably be able to clarify more, but I recall that the church in the south owned this property, and put it up for sale, and the church is represented today. I assume could have purchased it, as my client did. That's my understanding. My client could, weigh in on that. The other thing I said that the mixed-use land use designation, I had the floor area ratio wrong. The floor area ratio, maximum floor area ratio in the MU is 3.0. That's 300%. So it's, and when you look at all the other land use classifications, you look at COM, it's 0.6, 60%. So you're looking at an area where the land use guides more intensity. Just wanted to explain that's how we arrived at the C2. As it's been stated here, we'll be going through access management review. We will be on to address buffers, and we intend on being a good neighbor.
Did I hear the gentleman say you were already closer to 200?
No, I'm sorry. We have a preschool and a school, so our total number of students is closer to 100 right now.
Thank you.
So I had a question to kind of go back to what Mr. Moody's discussion was on this last case. How did the 22,000 square foot cap deed restriction come about? And that's probably best directed to you, staff. Or Barbara, you're willing to, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's my understanding that it was in connection with the traffic analysis. It was decided that we wouldn't be exceeding anywhere close to that amount, and so that for traffic analysis purposes, we went ahead and capped it.
So the gentleman before that did the traffic study, he mentioned that the analysis was about 32,000 square feet was their study. So that's why I wondered where the 22,000 square feet came from.
Again, for the record, Michael Razor, the study did evaluate 22,000.
Okay.
Because that was the deed restriction cap, so that was reflected in the traffic study. The 32,000 would have been the number that came from the reasonable application of the reasonable yield formula.
So I think that's the question. How did it become from 30 to 20?
Ultimately, it was a client-driven need for 22,000 square feet and not more additional square feet. So we did the study based on what was required, what he needed, and had the deed restriction to cap it at that to make the study and jive with the request.
So it's fairly common for applicants to do this, which is another reason we have deed restrictions, because otherwise they might have to analyze a higher trip generation from the site, which might trigger additional improvements or failures, and so they, instead, in lieu of triggering all those improvements and failures, they say, I'm never gonna build that, So they agree to restrict it to something to what that they'll actually build.
Okay?
Yes, that's correct. And this was definitely self-generated. We came in and said, we will do deed restriction for 22,000 square feet to match the traffic study. For no particular reason, no concern really, other than the fact that that was the maximum yield we were thinking we were going to have on the property, so we went ahead and used the 22,000.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions? All right, I hear a motion. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve item PC6 as presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? If not,
The only thing I can say is I still have concern about the traffic at that intersection and the fact that there are not one, but two churches there. And that's my concern.
okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. We need to go ahead and vote on this motion, and if it fails, we'll come back with another one. Pardon me?
So we're missing somebody.
Yeah.
I
He
believe
recused
he's
himself
recused
anyway.
himself on
Oh,
this
okay.
one.
No, that was the PC5 he recused himself from.
Oh,
Were you
okay.
recused from this item, or?
Okay.
Sorry about that.
PC5.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second, and if there's no further discussion.
To be
all in-
clear, the motion, since we had somebody leave, the motion is for an approval of staff's recommendation as is.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
I'll vote no.
Pardon me?
I'm gonna vote no. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, motion carries. We have one negative. All right.
William Devine, Planning Development. This is item PC7, PDD 23 -7687 in the name of Global Broker Group LLC and Alma Associates LLC. It is a zoning amendment from AR Agricultural Residential District to R4 High Density Residential District. The subject site currently sits on the south side of Tupper Road, approximately 360 feet east of Interstate 75. This is an aerial view of the site. The surrounding future land use to the north, east, south, and west is all Res 6. The surrounding zoning to the north is AR, to the east is AR, to the west is AR, and to the south is an MPUD, Wesley Point subdivision. I would like to note now that that subdivision is 155 single-family detached dwelling units with lots as small as 36 feet wide. The subject site is currently undeveloped on approximately 2.61 acres. The applicant proposes to develop the property with a total of 8 single-family detached homes in conformance with the R4 high-density residential district standards for development. The surrounding area is characterized by residential and commercial development. Access to the property is from Tupper Road, a county-maintained local road with approximately 40 feet of right-of-way. The subject site, it has the future land use classification of Res 6 under the comprehensive plan, and this is coming with a recommendation for approval from Planning Development Department. I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay.
Can I ask Dan one question?
Yeah, any questions?
Dan, what is the minimum lot width for R4?
So R4, the lot width is 60 feet wide by 100 feet deep, so, and a minimum lot square footage of 6,000 for R4.
Okay, any other questions for Liam?
What was that last part, Liam? I'm sorry, the minimum what?
Square footage for the lot is 6,000 square feet.
Okay,
So 60 by 100.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
So what does that calculate to per number of rooftops for the 2.6 acres?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So approximately what density would that calculate out to for the 2.6 acres? The number of potential for R4?
I don't have that calculation
Well,
off the top of my head, but I could.
Sure, and I apologize. Remember, it's always subject to the comp plan, so the comp plan designation is Res 6. So under Res 6, they can potentially have 15 lots on there.
They're
If,
only proposing,
and they're proposing 8.
Okay,
I got you.
that was the question.
Mr. Chair, I do have some folks signed up to speak on this item, so I'm not
Okay.
sure if the applicant wants to come up first, or if he wants to just hear the,
All right, is the applicant present?
I'm representing the two groups.
Okay.
Everybody else.
Would you like to speak last?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's see what the concerns are. All right, those who have been sworn, if you want to come up and give your questions, testimony.
the first one I have signed up to speak is David McLaughlin, sorry.
I'm actually going to speak first. I'm Victoria McLaughlin, and my husband is David McLaughlin.
Perfect,
I've
thank
been
you.
sworn. My address is 28841 Tupper Road, Wesley Chapel.
Okay, thank you.
And with me, I have numerous residents of Tupper Road, as well as Citrus Trace, which is also a primary access point to Tupper Road that seems to be a bit overlooked here. And I have for the commission pictures of the area, as well as 75 signatures from residents that live there opposing this change. This is a agricultural neighborhood with acreage. There are farms. We have 40 acres myself. My neighbors own property. Can I do put this on here?
Move to, oh, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
And what's important here is that to access Tupper Road, if we can pull back up that map, I'm sorry, you either come directly off of 54 to Tupper, which is a dirt road that is county maintained in theory, but not necessarily in practice. In fact, the owners of homes on this road actually maintain the road. The road floods to the point where the county closes the road at Tupper, which causes an increase in traffic to the Citrus Trace neighborhood that's on the outside. That would be turning down Caroline, going to one of the roads that cuts across. Tupper Road currently has 11 homes on it. 11 homes that are occupied. What is being asked is to add 8 homes, which would increase traffic to Tupper Road that's under-maintained, not completely paved. It is not actually 40 feet of access way. Every single owner of Tupper Road owns at least half of the road with their property line, meaning that we've granted easements between people to go down the road, but our fence line could arguably go out half the road all the way. I'm gonna save some time and let some of my neighbors speak, as well as my husband on it, but in addition, the Res 6 property that's referenced is cut off by a wall, and those two changes, those actual changes that occurred, have access to 54 directly. They're not coming down Tupper Road.
Can you confirm, so you refer to Citrus Trace, which neighborhood is that on the map?
You're gonna zoom out a little bit. So Citrus Trace, Tupper Road makes a curve further down. See, Tupper Road is this, keep going. Citrus Trace is Downey, Roden Place, Laffridge, and Carolyn Drive. That is that neighborhood.
Okay.
Right there. Yep.
And that residential neighborhood that abuts Tupper Road, there's no direct access from that neighborhood onto Tupper Road? You're saying that's walled off there?
Right, so those subdivisions that you see that go back to Tupper Road are walled off entirely. They have direct access to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before I let them speak?
Where do you live on that map?
I live on that map. Where that, see the block that has the pond? Oh, you see it?
We don't have our pointer anywhere?
There's one there.
Let's just,
This thing? Oh boy. Is it? What do I do? It's not working. That big square?
can you show her how to use that plan, please?
That's the mouse you're moving? Where am I moving?
Go back.
Right.
Yep. That.
So just hold it down and move there.
Okay.
Right there, okay. Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a, well, go ahead.
Tupper Road was unpaved.
It is unpaved. It's partially paved, and it's partially paved solely because one of the Tupper Road owners paved a short part.
All right, David, do you have a question?
I'm not sure if I understand the point you were trying to make about the easements and the deeds. I didn't quite understand what you were trying to say about that.
If you look at the actual property lines of every homeowner on Tupper Road, their actual property line goes to the midpoint of Tupper Road, all the way across. So there's parts of Tupper Road that are completely owned by the homeowners on Tupper Road.
Okay, you do realize that's not legally accurate. If the county's been maintaining that road for more than 4 years, the county owns it. Doesn't matter where your deed goes.
I would argue the county doesn't necessarily maintain the road, but I understand what your point is.
I guess I'll ask staff, does the county maintain this road or not?
This is Bennett Buffalo, transportation planning, yes, the county does maintain this road.
Put it in a substandard condition.
Yeah.
We maintain many roads in a substandard condition, but typically it means we grade it. If there's somebody that makes a complaint about potholes, we go fill the potholes, but you can maintain a dirt road. It's done all the time.
I would assume there would be an easement through the parcel for the county road, even though the parcel goes to the midpoint.
It doesn't matter whether there's an easement. If the county's been maintaining this road for more than 4 years, the county owns it by state law. Doesn't matter where the deeds are, doesn't matter who has easements. It's a state law says that if we've been maintaining it for 4 years or more, we own it. That's why I asked the question whether we've been maintaining it.
Even if you recently bought a property that now has a property line that extends onto that road, I mean, we have residents that are specifically paying for that property line.
I don't know why we would buy something that we already own. That doesn't make sense to me, but, you know, is it possible that we bought something that we don't maintain? That is possible. But if state law is clear that if we've been maintaining it for 4 years or more, we own it.
I understand your position.
Are you an attorney?
I am.
Do you have some case law to support the fact the county doesn't own it?
I don't have case law with me currently, but I understand your position.
Do you have some law that says, that disputes my legal position? Case law, statute, anything you can cite that says that the county doesn't own that road?
Respectfully, I just said I don't have anything with me right now to that effect.
My position is the county owns it then, if we maintain it.
The road is still not paved, not
I
maintained.
agree with you, it's a substandard road.
And did you say it floods?
It floods. It floods at the end. In fact, where this alleged subdivision is going to be, and it floods at the end where it hits 54. And it's been closed by the county before because of flooding. No, that one's way easier. Any other questions?
You got one that works now? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time and consideration. My name is David McLaughlin. I live at 28841 Tupper Road in Wesley Chapel as well. 35 years old. My father bought the property out there in 1987 to raise horses, a 40-acre square. I've been there for 33 years of my life. I intend to be there for the rest of my life. Based on the definition of AR zoning in the Pasco, Florida Land Development Code, it states that the purpose is to allow the development of relatively large tracts of land to accommodate those individuals who desire a rural or estate-type living environment to curtail urban development in areas which lack facility. I think that this is a very, very clear situation of that being manipulated. The only case law, so to speak, or variances that have been given in the past that are listed in the applicant's application. 1992 rezoning, which would be to the south of the parcel that we're talking about. and a 1994 rezoning, which is also to the south. Both of those rezonings did not affect Tupper Road in any way. There was direct transportation to 54, and Tupper Road is blocked off entirely. There's a 6-foot masonry wall, there's landscaping, completely separated. So my objection to this is that we do live on a substandard road. There's 11 homes currently. You're almost doubling the traffic now with no infrastructure whatsoever, no improvements. As my wife stated, citizens, myself included, Mr. Hopkins, he'll speak, we've been maintaining the road as well. The road floods, the county comes out, they put out barricades, caution tape, it's closed. At that point, the only way out is through Caroline Drive, Citrus Trace subdivision, which also has a very low density for homes. So, and one other thing that I know that the developer offered $19,000 toward infrastructure improvements as part of their application. It's not going to do anything. I mean, we're talking about 2 miles worth of paving and infrastructure and striping and lights. It appears I'm running out of time. But I don't think that any of this is going to be beneficial to the community. I don't think that the residents are going to appreciate it, not only those on Tupper Road, but also those in Citrus Trace. And as you'll see with the petitions that we turned in, there were 75 of us in agreement, and I'm sure that there's more that we were unable to contact. So, any questions?
Well, the property is zoned AR now, is that correct?
Yes.
There's an underlying future land use of Res 6. Can we see a future land use map in kind of a wide scale? I kind of want to see where.
Yes, sure.
How far does Res 6 extend?
Well, and AR would allow 1 unit per acre anyway, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So the boundary of the Res 6, does it go north of Tupper Road?
Does the boundary go through, I'm sorry, your last name was?
McLaughlin.
Does it go through his property?
It does. His property is Res 6 land use, and it's also in an urban service area.
It's not all Res 6, though, part of it's Res 3. So I'm just trying to get my bearings on where that boundary line is. Is the boundary line Tupper Road, or?
No, it's north of Tupper Road. That's what I just asked. I don't know where, how far north of Tupper Road.
It looks like it's Tupper Road. Is to the north-south boundary for that Res 6.
There it is, okay.
Yeah.
So,
By the way, it does show an easement along Tupper Road. We were just discussing that. There is an easement there.
So their property, as I understand it,
Right.
is explained as this piece here.
Correct.
So that line, just north of it right there, is the Res 3. So their property is Res 6.
Got it.
So
Okay.
the line is, imagine the northern edge of the property is Res 6.
Mr. Chair, can I ask Top a question?
sure.
I don't know if you're done. Are you done? Denise or Liam, the MPD to the south, when was it approved?
So that was approved on May 17th, 1994.
So, I'm gonna pretend I'm Commissioner Starkey for a second. Why was it approved with no interconnects to the north? Because,
She wasn't on the board then.
well, I mean, our code requires, I think has required interconnects since that date. And had there been interconnects to the north, maybe they could have accessed to the south to 54 as opposed to trying to use Tupper Road.
There
That's,
isn't today, so what's the?
well, I'm curious as to why. I mean, did we specifically not require them? I mean, I guess we didn't, because there are none, but I'd be curious to know why we didn't make them interconnect, but I guess it is what it is.
I don't have an answer for you why they didn't provide interconnects. It could have been in a condition of approval from the MPUD, but I would have to research that.
Probably should research that before it goes to the board, because I suspect Commissioner Starkey's going to ask the same question.
Noted.
Yeah, the acre.
We do. Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you. How many units are they proposing to build on here if they get this approved?
8 units.
8.
Brian Fairley, 29027 Tupper Road. I just have some photos I'd like to present to you all at street level so we can kind of see the road that we're talking about.
Something that we have to receive or?
It depends if he wants us to receive it. File.
On Tupper Road, so the property we're referring to would be back over here.
We don't have one of those machines, do we?
In rain, so things look good there, as good as they can look.
We don't have an overhead projector, do we?
It's very large for it, but we do have one.
The
Perhaps
actual,
if you can make that
actual
smaller.
photograph isn't that large, but
Yeah.
the paper's large.
The paper, if you can make the paper smaller, perhaps we can work on
Yeah,
it.
we could probably fold. Same photos? Yeah, that'll be better.
Sir, if it's in the binder,
Are those the same ones?
okay.
Okay.
You use those?
No need to hold them up.
Okay. Are we gonna go through them, or you're just gonna?
Yeah, we're gonna try to show them on the screen.
Can you confirm real quick which house you are? Are you
To the right?
to the right?
Yep, right there. Bingo.
Okay,
You got it.
thank you.
I would just like to add the whole community uses the road as kind of a park-like setting. Everybody walks their dogs down this road, to and from, you know, dead end, that's it. They back and forth. It's not lit. People know at dusk, you just kind of, your dogs, you go back home. You know, we all benefit from the way it is. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any homes on it. I mean, it makes sense to put one home on 2.65 acres if you look at the surrounding areas. I don't know what else to say about it. It just doesn't fit with the community. You know, I would like to know what is beneficial to have 8 homes on it, other than tax dollars. You know, what does it really, does Pasco County need another 8 homes on a dead-end road?
Okay.
There we go. That's coming off of 54, making a left on Tupper Road, and where the pole, what looks like is a pole, that's where it floods. And they have had the barriers, you know, that the road is closed, and then obviously everybody does go down Downey, and then you would make the right on Caroline, which in that road's already in rough shape.
Okay.
You can go to the next one. I think that's upside down. That's kind of coming around the bend.
Can I ask what year that's from?
2 days ago.
Yeah, because I've owned the property for years.
Sir, you can't be speaking from the audience. You can address your comments during rebuttal when you come up.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, it's not showing that right now because it is dry, but it won't be long come the springtime and it will flood. You know,
We've seen that one already. And that one. There we go.
that is making the, is that Caroline? That's Downey? Okay, that's Downey looking to the east, to Caroline. So that's the dirt to the right is going down the dirt portion of Tupper Road. So now when that road gets to be a muddy mess, everybody's gonna go down Downey and then they're gonna make the right onto Caroline, out on the 54.
Same road.
And everybody in there is basically a single house. I would say the smallest lot is probably a half acre. So it's asking a lot to put 8 on a dead-end road with very little infrastructure to begin with. I mean, the trash truck backs down the corner of Tupper Road.
What are we looking at there? Trying to keep you on track here.
This is that the property? No? Oh, that's from the end looking to the east. That's from almost I-75, looking back towards the corner of Tupper. So that's about, I think it's a mile from end to end, where it makes the right.
That's about where the subject property is.
Say it again.
About where the applicant's property is.
To the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, right where the telephone pole is with the transformer on it. Correct.
It looks like the same view there.
Same view, yeah.
Keep going.
Just a little bit closer. That's in front, street level.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
This won't count towards your time. Has there ever been and I realize the county's about to move away from the paving assessment program, but have the residents in this area ever petitioned to pave Tupper Road?
Not that I know of. Just
I'm just
one
I'm
gentleman.
I'm not asking, so I'm asking, has there ever been a petition to the county to pave this road?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
I've only been in there 3 years and a month, so some of the older residents could probably go over
If
that.
any of the residents in the audience know the answer to that question, when you come up to speak, please tell me. Thank you.
Okay. Anything new in the pictures we need to see?
It's just more of the property that, you know, it's just 8 homes on that. How does this change everybody's value around it? You know, we paid a premium to live on Tupper Road, to have a country setting. You know, again, I'm not saying, you know, you own a piece of property, you just can't do anything with it, but why not just one house, like the rest of the community has?
So to my understanding, just looking at, I'm looking at Google Street View here, so it looks like the Tupper Road is paved coming off of 54, and then it looks like it turns to dirt, and then
No, it's only paved. Do we have an overhead of maybe back in the beginning? It's only paved at the corner of Downey to around right in front of our property, right in front of 29027.
right, yeah, and that was my second. So I saw that's
Yeah.
paved around the corner, but it's also a short section's paved right off of 54. So it goes off of 54 for a short section that's paved.
Maybe 50, 60 feet.
Right, and then it goes
Yeah,
to
the
dirt, and then
dirt.
it goes to paving around the corner, and then it goes back to dirt again all the way to the west,
Just,
all the way to the west towards the subject property.
right. If you go back to the overhead, just right in front of our property.
To your knowledge, has the county ever been out to grade or has anyone ever contacted the county about the flooding issues that you're talking about?
People have contacted, but nothing's really done. And when they do come out and grade, honestly, it makes more of a mess than anything. And the only thing that helps it is that we don't have that much traffic flow on it. So, you know, it just kind of works out. Does it get muddy? Absolutely. You know, but people know you just kind of go around the puddles and this and that, and you kind of try and get off in the grass, and it is what it is. But now if we start putting 8 homes with a minimum of 2 more cars a day, in and out to Walmart and everything else 50 times a day, dropping kids off school, whatever, it just can't handle it. It's just too much.
Okay.
Who's the planning lead on this project?
Say it again.
Just, I guess it's Liam.
Well, are you done with this gentleman? Because
Yeah, let him
we're
sit
running
down
out,
if he
he's
is.
probably exceeded his 3 minutes now, but I don't know if you have more questions for him.
I don't have anything further.
I guess one more. I mean, at the end of the day, if Tupper Road was paved, would you be opposed to this project?
I wouldn't be happy about it. I mean, it's just gonna change everything for the whole community, all the traffic, you know, the dogs walking. It's kind of a golf cart community, you know. It's not lit. Everybody knows what the road is in the whole community, and we use it for that.
Okay.
You know, and now when you turn it into somewhat of a little interstate, back and forth, I mean, you know how it is. Just, you know, there's a lot of people moving around.
But you do understand that the density they're asking for is far less than what they're allowed. And also, it's kind of stacked against you. 'Cause
Although
you,
it doesn't fit,
unfortunately-
it just doesn't fit in with the area.
Well, you have 36-foot lots just to the south of you, so from a
But
compatibility
accessible,
perspective,
but
it
we don't
does.
really see that. Yeah, you can see roofs because it is a concrete wall, and it all accessible off of 54. So it's not that big of a burden on us because there's no traffic flow from it. Do you see some
Let me
roofs?
caution you.
The issue is traffic.
If you have questions for this gentleman, ask your questions, but this is not, the point
No, I
of this
know,
is not
I
to
know.
get into an argument.
I'm not looking to get
Yeah,
into
no,
that.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
no argument.
That's it, thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the pictures. Okay. I think this man has got the information about the
So,
county.
before this
Dwight
gentleman
Hopkins,
speaks,
and
before
I
this
own
gentleman speaks, I have a
200 plus acres.
1 second, sir.
Excuse me.
So I have a question for staff that I suspect is gonna take them, they're not gonna know off the top of their head, so I want them to research it while we have the
Okay.
public speaking. When the county moves to the MSTU process, will this type of road be paved? And if so, what will be the process to decide whether it gets paved? In other words, we're moving out of PVAS, where you have to petition to get your road paved. And we're moving to a system where roads will just get paved based on whatever the county determines they need repaving. So my question is, when we move to the new MSTU system, is the county just gonna come in and say, this road should now be paved? Or, and if so, when will that happen? That's basically my question.
I kind of have a piggyback to that question as well. So I was wanting to know if a traffic study had been done on this potential rezoning.
So just so the planning commission knows, the way the county historically worked on dirt roads was they weren't paved unless the residents in the area petitioned the county to have it paved under what we call our PVAS system. The Board of County Commissioners recently decided to move away from that type of system and move to a countywide MSTU, which would have the county coming in without any petitions and paving roads that need to be paved. The question I have is, when we move to that system, would this road be a candidate to be paved? And if so, when? That's really my question.
Okay, and you're gonna have
And I
time
don't
to
think
answer
there's
that.
anybody online that's gonna know the answer to that question. I'm not even sure if Ms. Smith or Mr. Sumner know the answer to that question. So I'm asking staff to try to find the answer while public is speaking. Maybe Brad knows.
Brad does not know.
Why are you
To the
approaching
planning and
the podium?
development, well, I wanted to answer some of the other questions that were posed.
Okay.
To that one, there's a lot of ifs and things that I don't know that we could even answer that. It is, as was mentioned earlier, this is a Res 6 land use area, which is a higher level density land use area, and it's also in the urban service area. So this is an area that's intended to be somewhat more bustling than it is right now. You asked about the transportation study, the traffic study. Because this only 8 units, generates so few trips, it comes under the threshold, so it's not even required to be done. Based on the unit count, there's a maximum of 8 PM peak hour trips expected, 6 AM peak hour trips expected, and 75 total daily trips expected from 8 lots.
So Brad,
Let
me sort of making my point for me. If it's in the urban service area, you probably shouldn't have dirt roads in the urban service area. Okay, so then I would think that the answer should come back, yes, the county intends to pave it when we do the MSTU, if it's in the urban service area, because we shouldn't have dirt roads in the urban service area.
Agreed.
That's why I would like an answer to my question.
Okay.
I'm glad I could answer the question without answering the question. That's great.
So regardless if the traffic is
The traffic
below the
is
thresholds.
fairly low and below the thresholds, but we can look into that. But yes, it would be my assumption as well.
Regardless,
that
that's right.
ultimately, you would want these roads in the urban service area paved because you're expecting higher densities and
But then
intensities.
that leads to my second question, which is assuming the answer to the first one is yes, the second question was when, because I guess I'd like an idea if the planning commission approves this and the board approves this, how long will the trips be traveling on a dirt road before they're on a paved road? Because I understand we're gonna do this MSTU, but that detail about when we're gonna pave roads like Tupper, I haven't heard in any of the board discussions.
You'll be hearing from plenty of residents about it, I'm sure.
I'm sure we will, but I still think that, I'd like to know what the county's plans are. I mean, we have a department that is presented to the board about this new MSTU, that it's purportedly gonna replace PVAS and pave these type of roads. I'd like to know if this is gonna happen, this is one of the roads that would get paved, and if so, when? At least ballpark. I don't, even if somebody tells me it's 30 years, that's a helpful answer. If it's 5 years, that's a helpful answer.
Okay, yeah, I don't have that. I will have to defer to them for that, whatever their
But I'm
methodology is
asking this
going to be.
question now
So-
because didn't think anybody in the room would know the answer, so that's why I'm hoping somebody can research it while we're letting the public.
Okay, if you'd like to come back up, sir, and if you'll state your name and address.
Yeah.
And have you been sworn?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
I'm Dwight Hopkins. I live at 29228 Tupper Road. I own 200 and some acres there. And I'm really familiar with the whole situation out there. As far as the easement's concerned and the county owned it, there's such a thing as due process. They've never notified me that they've taken any of my land. I own all the land that Tupper Road sits on that abuts my property. My property line is on the far side of the road from mine. I get a tax bill for that road every year. And when the county wanted to put a sewer line there a few years ago, they came to me and said, we want to put this sewer line through. And I said, okay, I won't charge anything, you put it through there because it's sewer and water. But they brought me a document. They didn't say the road was theirs or they're taking it from them. How can you take somebody's property without due process, without notifying them or anything? I'm talking about the 4 years of maintenance. That's the biggest joke in the world. The county has wrecked that road. They take 2 graders about once every 2 months, and they drop the blade, cut it down where it's a ditch. The water runs down there, fills their property foot high. When that flooded, they come out there and put barricades there. They never come and got the barricades. People ran over them. They got thrown in the side. I've been mowing the side for years, and the county has never once mowed it. Right now, there's big holes in the road. They grade them out, but they won't even bring in fill, and they know they're there. They got fill they could just put right in there. And I'm not going to just lay down on this with them taking the road from me. I'm going to hire somebody like Hill Ward Henderson or Joel too to represent me and see if they can take that road.
You know, Joel too doesn't practice law anymore.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then with the road, see, if you can't come out of Tupper Road, which you can a lot of times because it's flooded, then people are going to drive through Citrus Trace. Well, the roads in Citrus Trace are 40 years old. They were built poorly 40 years ago. There was no oversight. The asphalt was put down that thick. They're shot. They haven't been, not one of them's been resurfaced. They're just one mass of patches. And the people, the only way the people in Caroline in Citrus Trace can get those roads paved is through a paving assessment. But they'd have to pay half the paving assessment. These people, they're going to put these houses in there. Guess where they're going to drive? They're going to drive on those roads that the people at Citrus Trace are paying for to have repaired. How can they do that? When the county does that on the paving assessment, I know it well, if for some reason it costs 3 times as much. I paved that road myself, and the reason I paved it is because the county had it so flooded that the road was cut down that far from the grade. So I brought it back up and paved it, so we sloped it. So instead of the water running down there, drowning those people in the end, now it's surface drains off and perks into the land like it should. It was going down to the DOT spot. And let me see what else. Oh yeah, on the pavement of Tupper Road, that is the biggest joke, Mr. Goldstein, there ever was. The county won't pave that for 20 years. I had a developer come in, wanted to buy my property. I knew it wasn't gonna happen, and I went ahead and signed a contract. It was short term, and he was gonna spend all this money. And the county told him to build his development, he had to spend $6 million on Tupper Road. There's a big pond there, it doesn't belong to the county, and they had to go through and get an Army Corps of Engineers permit to go through that pond, and he was gonna spend $6 million to take Tupper Road down to Wells Road and put a turnaround. He walked, that was it. And I mean, I believe in development, I'm a contractor, but I think it should be done right. And you shouldn't let people put these little things out of here when there aren't adequate roads and stuff to serve them. It's just not adequate. And like they said about subdivision, those subdivisions come out on 54, they don't come out on Tupper Road, it's like they're not there. And I just think it's a bad idea. And if you let them do it, everybody along that road can do the same thing. If you let them do it, why can't you let the next guy do the next guy? Pretty soon we'll have this hodgepodge development where I know I'm not going to be around it much longer. Someday I just hope that somebody would come in there with a master plan. And there's about 500 acres in there. There's David's and mine. And do something real nice in there. That's what I would do. But I hate to see these little hodgepodge developments. If they had all the roads there, like those people that had 54 and good roads, sure, let them do it. Plus, the Woods property is right behind Citrus Trace. And they're fixing to plan on 158 units going through Citrus Trace. In addition to this, they're fixing to apply now. And those roads need to be fixed before we add all this extra traffic to it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you done.
I do have another question for staff, but again, I don't know, you might need to research, which is, do we have a recorded maintained right-of-way map for Tupper Road? Because we've now had two speakers come up and assert that the county doesn't own Tupper Road by maintenance. I'd like to know if we have a recorded maintained right-of-way map for it.
The one thing you could do on the Pasco mapper is click your layers for easements. And you can see there is some easement on Tupper Road, at least on that map, but there's some, where this gentleman was speaking, there's no easement that's showing up on this map anyway. It doesn't mean it's not there, but.
Well, again, easements are irrelevant if we've been maintaining it for 4 years or more. Usually that's often evidenced by a recorded maintained right-of-way map. That's why I'm asking the question whether we have one.
It's under storm and then general easements.
So I can tell you in Pasco Mapper under, when you actually click on Tupper Road, it is listed as a county maintained local road.
Right, but the limits of our maintenance are often documented through a recorded maintained right-of-way map, and that's what I'm asking is, do we have one?
Not that I'm aware of, but.
We don't know if this road is included in there.
Pardon?
We don't know if this road is included.
For us, the statute you're referring to, you're saying that if you maintain an ingress-egress easement for a period of 4 years, and I don't know, is that 4 consecutive years, or?
It's generally roads, the county won't maintain a driveway, but yes, if it's any road that we maintain, I'll pull out the statute, I don't have it memorized, the statute number, but if we maintain a road for 4 years or more, the state has deemed it to be owned by the county.
Okay, so does the county send notice that your easement is now right-of-way, or?
No. The notice is the fact that we are started maintaining the road.
Okay.
Now, I acknowledge that there are sometimes when the limits of what we maintain are sometimes disputed. So, for example, this gentleman's claiming that we're not maintaining some of the shoulder apparently. That's possible. I mean, sometimes we only grade the road and we don't maintain the shoulder. But those issues about the limits of what we maintain are often resolved through a recorded maintained right-of-way map. That's why I asked whether we had one for this roadway. But I don't think, it doesn't sound like there's any dispute that we maintain it. What I'm hearing some of them say is that there may be portions of this road that we're not maintaining. I don't know.
So David, in the case of what Mr. Hopkins said, if they came in with a sewer line, that would have potentially been off the road, and maybe that's why they.
Yeah, it may be that, yes. I don't think that we would ask for an easement if we were putting the sewer line in our maintained right of way.
Right.
If we were putting it outside of our maintained right of way, yes, we would need an easement from the property owner to do that. While we're listening to the speakers, I'll give you the statutory reference. So
Okay.
basically, the notice to the applicant is when we start maintaining it, basically. Or the notice to the landowner, sorry.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak against this proposal?
Real quick, I have a partial answer to David's earlier question. As far as timing of it, the plan, I understand, is supposed to go to, for public hearing, I believe, in May, and it's intended to begin with the roads in the beginning of the next fiscal year 24, which would start in October of 2023. So where this particular road would fall in that mix, I can't speak to, but the project.
Well, my guess is it's not going to be in the first few years. My understanding is the first roads they're going to do are the ones that were under the old PVAS system.
Right.
They were already started under that process. They're going to do those first. So that's why I asked whether this one had ever been petitioned. What I'm hearing is that it probably never was. So it's not going to be in the first few years of that program. But then the next logical question was, when will it be? Is it going to be 30 years or never? That's really the question.
Yeah, I think that by the time after, but sometime probably between May and October, there should be a methodology as to how they're choosing those roads and how that gets done, that we would be able to identify at that time, maybe a more realistic window of when that might happen. But until then, we wouldn't, unless there's an outstanding PVAS, which apparently there's not, so.
So bottom line is we don't know.
Don't know.
It could be 30 years or never at this point.
Yes. However, it is in the urban service area, and it is a fairly high-density area, so again, that would probably move it up on the list, like you were saying earlier.
Okay, anyone
Well,
else?
is it just, so
David, I'm
is that the
sorry.
best answer I'm going to get, basically?
Until after the hearings in May, and we probably have some methodology to make some guesstimates as to how that's going to be programmed out, because we can't come in and do all the roads in the county in that first year, like you're saying. So when we have that methodology and have everything worked out, we can give you maybe a little bit of a better target.
So I guess for purposes of today, I guess you should just assume that we don't have an immediate plan to pave this road.
Yes.
So under the new system, how's the county paying for it?
I can't
There's going to be a countywide, basically, property tax. Now, it won't apply within communities that maintain their own roads. So, for example, CDDs that maintain their own roads, or HOAs that maintain their own roads, their own local roads, won't be subject to this countywide taxing district. But basically, the areas of the county like this where there's no CDD or HOA maintaining the roads, yes, they would be subject to this additional tax, and that tax would then be used to pave roads that need to be paved in the county that are not in CDDs and not in HOAs that maintain their own roads. I don't know if I summarized that properly. Somebody from project management or public works can say if I summarized that improperly, but is that your general understanding, Brad?
That's my general understanding.
Okay.
Put it very well.
Brad, do you know if there's been any discussion with the applicant with regards to being able to help with improvements to the access to the property?
So there is a share payment?
Yes, I believe we have individuals online who can speak to the timing and phasing and the pay fair share that was done and is in your finding of facts. That could speak to that.
Okay.
I don't want to get the cart before the horse. Why don't we let the applicant come up and
Well, did we give
respond?
everybody from the public first?
Yeah, I asked, and nobody's coming up.
Nobody else has come up?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the applicant can come up, and then we can ask all those questions.
My name is Anthony Marsh. I have Alma Associates, my partners here from Global. They're Peruvian. I don't want to. I'm going to try very hard not to make my points be circuitous, but they might be because a lot of stuff floating around in my head. So just bear with me. I might have some points that are out of order.
Did he need to state his address for the?
Okay, sure. I live at 179 Woodette Drive in Dunedin, Florida. This whole thing has been a nightmare for me because we called the county to find all these type of things out. We were told by the county By the way, the county's doing a great job, but we were told it's a county-maintained road. That's what we heard when we called them. I don't know exactly who said that, but my wife's a realtor. She did a lot of that research. So we decided to buy based on things that we got from the county. Future land use, this is what Pasco foresees in the future. And so we thought, okay, well, we're in the middle of that. It's all well and good when somebody else gets to develop sells their horse farm. I like horse farms, that's nice, but if somebody precludes us from doing something now and like ropes us in the middle of it and keeps their horse farms and their dog walking roads really nice, but then when their family wants to sell off, they can make that little enclave or neighborhood there in the future. In the meantime, we get our whole deal messed up because we saw the map said R6. We don't want R6, we want R4. We went to do that. We hired an engineer to represent us. We were told it was done. This meeting, I don't know how to do this stuff. I'm out of my element here. This is not what we do. We paid a lot of money for an engineer, Jesse Blackstock from Blackstock Engineering. He said, it's all done. First meeting, breeze, no opposition. I'm like, great. When's the next meeting? Oh, in about a month. Oh, you're not on the agenda. You got pushed, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, when can we list this for sale? Because that's all we wanted to do is get it, clean it up, list it for sale as R6 or R4. Oh, finally, you're approved. This guy produced a document signed by Mr. Brad Tippin and Ruth Ann DeToli, digitally signed, with a big, stupid red stamp on the bottom. Approved. We were so happy. My wife risked her license to list this property for sale as approved R4 residential. And we got a buyer right away. And again, a little bit out of context, but the buyer, just so these people know, or whoever wants to know, is one family. They want to do a, for lack of a better term, Kennedy compound type thing. They want all their family to live there in these 8 homes. Not that that matters. I shouldn't have to espouse their position. I mean, it's the future land use is for this, is for houses, taxpayers, revenue. Pasco is up and coming. It's, I believe, the most up and coming county in the state of Florida. There's a reason for that. And it's, again, I love the open lands. That's great. That's not what it's designated for. I don't want to get pigeonholed in the middle of the people that have been enjoying walking their dogs, and not that that's not important, it is. But right behind there's 1,000 houses. I heard Mr. McLaughlin, I believe his name was, say, yeah, but we can't see that. Yeah, so that's the real reason. It's not the dogs that are flooding. They can't see it. There's a 6-foot gabion wall and landscaping and stuff. So they can't see that. That's, you know the old saying, can't see it from my backyard. Who cares? I mean, look at that. I don't want to do anything like that, but I also realize it's right next door to me, to my property. I own that property now. I don't want to do anything like that. The lots that are proposed by this family that wants their eight homes on there for their family are 75 and 80 feet wide, 100 feet deep. I mean, just like I believe it was Liam or Mr. Tippin said, or I'm not sure who said it, we could put 15 homes on there. But again, let's not even cross that bridge until it happens. I mean, there's other times for these people to complain and not to just say, well, let's just keep these people from even changing zoning, even though Pasco has earmarked this as such. It's a Euclidean zoning at this point. Maybe we won't get approved for 8 homes or 10 homes or 4 homes or 6 homes. They're telling you today, can't he just put 1 home or maybe 2? No, you don't get to say how many homes you'd like next to your farm. I understand that they've had their way of life. A lot of these people are saying, well, I've been here 30 years or something. And I respect them, I do. There's no disrespect to them. To either McLaughlin's or Mr. Hopkins, who paved a road without permission from somebody that's county maintained. He put a nice little hump in it though, so it drains nicely for him at his own expense. Who knows he's not a road engineer. Who knows what collateral damages are happening? Who knows if the flooding that they're talking about, which I've never seen, I've owned the property for a year, I go down there and maintain it myself. I'm out there with weed whackers trying to keep everything looking nicer than it did for them to look at. Who knows if the flooding isn't happening because Mr. Hopkins put a nice arc to his road? We don't know. He's not an engineer, but he did that to benefit himself, to make his life easier and his little environment nice. I get it. I've been on the other end of this. I had a landscape place in Pennsylvania. I had 7.5 acres, and I'll be honest with you. I hated it when somebody wanted to get next door and put, I think they put mobile homes, actually. I wasn't happy. But they had permission to do it. And if I want to move my landscape business someplace else or move my horse farm or whatever, that's what I'll have to do. There's places in Florida where you can have your horse farm forever. They're never going to earmark it as R6. This is earmarked as R6 for a reason. It's a reason. This was thought out. It wasn't so that later on you could say, well, let's be picky and choosy. This neighbor is a nice guy, and he doesn't want his dog walking interrupted at night because these 8 single-family homes are going to impact that. And those people don't know how to drive. They're going to hit your dog because they're not as good as drivers as the other 11 homes.
Mr. Tippin gave you a document that was stamped approved.
Yes, I have that. It's crazy. He said it was completely done. My wife listed it online for sale, and again, guess what? We got an offer. And when we got that offer, they started their due diligence period, and immediately Mr. Tolley and Mr. Tippin said, we don't know where you got that document from, where we got it from, but that's not my signature. And he had to do a lot of legwork with his county attorney just to protect the county from what happened with all this. It's just a travesty. I thought this was rezoned.
To be clear, I would be clear with the facts here. So it's possible that their engineer fraudulently told them that he had his zoning approval. There's no evidence. First of all, Mr. Tolley and Mr. Tippett have no authority to approve a rezoning.
Exactly.
Or sign approval. The Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners approve rezonings.
Right.
The document would have had to been signed by the chair of the Board of County Commissioners.
Exactly. We learned that later.
There was no such document. So that's how we know. It doesn't matter. Even if Mr. Tippin or Mr. Tolley, they didn't sign it, but even if they had, it wouldn't have been binding because.
Yes, sir.
I understand.
Yes, sir. Make sure you understand.
Do you have it? Can we see it?
Yeah. I think it was sent to Mr. Hernandez. Do you have a copy?
I can try to find the document if that's what you'd like me to do.
You know that company?
Well, can we, well.
You know that company?
He's been here and given testimony before us before, Mr. Blackstock, yes.
Well, you want to speak to it, Mr. Tippin?
Yeah.
Sure, I can describe basically. The document that was shown to me looked like it was pieces of different types of documents that the county issues, including what could have been like a copy paste of a signature block from a different document. But the document itself that he showed us was not something that we would have ever issued.
I'd be interested to see it.
I'll email it to you. Yep.
Actually, in my own career, had a document for it. That being said, that professional engineer would lose his license instantly and probably forever if he did such a thing. So I'm having a hard time imagining that that's...
He's licensed. He abandoned it in April. We've been working with him for 2 years.
He was here to the last meeting, 2 meetings ago.
Jesse Blackstock?
Yes, sir. We had a rezoning on New York Avenue for commercial, and I remember suggesting that they should not have C2 uses, they should have C1 uses. He was the representative.
He flew the coop. He left an architect friend of mine, not friend, associate, that recommended him with 6 jobs. He's not showing up to Tampa. He's telling people, well, I'll be there. Rezoning should be a piece of cake. He's leaving. He's no show, no call. Nobody knows where he's at. We don't know what's going on. Anyway, he was here, and somehow he's still doing business. Check his license. My wife checked it. Angela, is his license still in effect? It's closed. His license is closed. He's operating before you without a license. Check it out, but in the meantime, I'll be glad to.
Well, and I don't believe Mr. Tippin would issue issue a false document.
No.
Familiar with the documents that the county issues.
No, he was surprised as we were, because what happened was when the owner, this family, really nice group of Indian people who want to live on this property, they said, we did our due diligence and we were told there is no rezoning. This guy, Blackstock, said, all done, all finished, you can go ahead and list your property. Again, that was our only thing that we wanted to do. Buy the property, clean it up, make it look attractive for more people that would like to live where you live. It's beautiful. We want other people would like a chance to live there. But not 30 or 40 houses across from them.
So sir, Mr. Moody asked you a specific question that I think you've answered.
Yes.
You've run out of time, so I wanted to confine your comments
I've been generous with time because
to answering the question that Mr. Moody asked you.
Because we gave everybody
Has he
time.
answered your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, you said you live nearby adjacent to that property?
I do not. I live in Dunedin.
Okay.
I live in Dunedin.
And have you filed, so is your intent, if we approve this rezoning today?
Yes.
Is your intent just to flip the property to somebody else?
It's already under contract.
Sorry.
To the person who wants, see, we could have asked a Euclidean without timing and phasing, just saying, hey, look.
How do we know that your buyer is going to do 8 units?
Well, his engineer's online with us too. That's what we have a plan. Mr. Blackstock, who apparently is fairly talented, although he's a shyster, has developed a perfect parcel that fits nicely. I mean, developed a perfect parcels that fit nicely, and that's what they want to do. And also, sir, Mr. Moody does, right? You know that they can only put the 8 houses because the way the lots fit with turnaround for fire rescue and things, it's just the only way it can fit. Like it's 2.71 acres. You could put 10 or 12 or 15 because of density, but you can't fit them, so it'll never pass through.
I understand, I do that on a daily
Right,
basis, but we haven't seen that here, and some engineers are more creative than others.
Well, we have a plan, but of course that.
Excuse me, it was unclear, I couldn't hear, everyone was talking all at once. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Just stop us when we get crazy.
Because the plan, we have a copy of it, right? You have that? Okay.
The document that you're stating.
It doesn't matter, if we rezone this today, there's nothing that binds this
Exactly.
rezoning to that plan. If someone can figure out how to
Exactly.
fit the 12 lots on there, then the Euclidean zoning district would allow for it,
Exactly.
correct?
If they
To
wanted
your
to.
point earlier, there's no voluntary deed restriction on
No
this.
voluntarily agreed upon deed
Right,
restriction.
we're not asking. At this
I'm gonna
point,
use that
though, we're
against
not.
you for a while.
Just going to say that.
We do have a plan that fits, and I paid attention to that. It was very interesting to me, what you two do going back and forth. Again, this is not my bailiwick. I don't know anything about it. All we're asking is for nothing more than Pasco already foresaw in zoning this way. It goes right through the McLaughlins, and I understand
The
that.
comprehensive plan says just because that you may qualify to rezone because of your underlying future land use designation,
Right.
there's no obligation for
Right.
the county to rezone, and that's
Exactly.
why we hold these hearings.
Exactly.
And we listen to concerns, and it's not the sole criteria by which we rezone that is the future land use designation. One of the things we do look at is roads. We look at compatibility of uses.
Mhm.
So those are the things we're going to be
absolutely.
considering here when we make our decision.
Absolutely. And that when you're doing that, again, the bridge will be crossed through the planning when they decide how many houses they're asking to do, but no more than the 8 fit there to make it anything even close to nice. You can't turn around with the easement. There's an easement through there, a 60-foot easement. There's setbacks to consider. All those things added up to these 8 homes. I actually want to see if we can make it 9 homes because I thought that would be more attractive, but people would be even more up in arms with that. It won't work. 8 homes. I would submit to you that any transportation impact would be de minimis at best. I mean, you're talking about not even generating the 100 trips that would require more, processes for approval. I think somebody actually said it, I think it was Liam, said, 6 trips per day.
Brad mentioned it, yes.
Or somebody said that. I mean, it's great. I mean, I guess the neighbors don't go to Walmart, but they try to characterize the new homeowners as like they got to go to Walmart and everything. Like, so, I don't know what that's all about. But, people are going to live there. They're going to live. They're going to pay taxes. They're going to enjoy Pasco. Pasco's enjoyable. That is a nice road.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
We need to follow our rules of procedure. I think he didn't ask for extra time. If he's answering questions from the planning commission, that's one thing, but I think he's run out of time at some point for his rebuttal.
Yeah, we've been.
But I don't want to make sure the planning commission.
Understood.
I want to make sure the planning commission's questions get answered if you have additional questions, but now it sounds like he's starting to testify again.
Yeah, again, this isn't my bailiwick. I apologize.
Okay.
So, hold on. Do we have any other questions from any commissioners?
The only other question I had, which was deferred from before, was regards to cost share on traffic.
Right.
But, and I think staff does need to issue a clarification on that, because I think your agenda memo may have an inaccurate number on it, my understanding.
Yeah, we did. As we were going back through, we identified that there was an error in the fair share payment that was listed there. And we have not even had an opportunity to discuss that with the applicant, but it is, I believe what was in the documents was 19,000. I believe the actual fair share payment would be closer to 61,000. So we would need to have that discussion and talk with them for a minute. Make sure that that's still.
County engineer still here?
Yes.
Can she tell us roughly what it cost per foot to pave this road?
I can check on that, I have no idea.
Well, okay, the folks that calculated the fair share are online. They could probably answer this question, but they may actually know the cost of paving Tupper Road, because that's how they calculate the fair share. So could we let them potentially answer that question?
Sure, please.
Yeah, that would be Essen Khalil, I believe, is speaking to that.
Yeah, good afternoon, this is Essen. I have my colleague Ben also here. We worked on the project. So there was an error made. We caught it too late before the hearing to correct it. So Brad just clarified the fair share does go up to $61,000. That's using a dollar amount of $262,000 per mile that we got from Mr. Altoler in Public Works. So we're using a proportional share, which came out to be 27% for the 4,600 feet that is unpaved. So there is a portion that is paved. You can see it on Google Maps, and this is for the unpaved portion, 4,600 feet.
Essen, how's the prop share determined? Is that based on the number of trips, or is that based on their frontage?
Number of units?
I'm going to ask Mr. Ben Dalvo to answer that question. He came up with 27%. So I guess it's based on, or he can clarify this, is based on the number of projects.
I think it's based on the feet.
No, it's based on the number of units. That's what our code says.
It's got to be units, because if it's trips per day, right now, we said there was some testimony that there were 11 lots, 11 homes on Tupper Road, or now we want to have 8. Well, this is a proposed increase of almost 73%.
Correct.
In the neighborhood.
So we would bear more cost when developing, which would be great for them. They'll get a road, we'll pay for it.
Well, no, to be clear, they're not getting a road. You'd be paying $61,000 toward a future road improvement. But ultimately, the county would have to come up with a difference to pave the road.
And they pay taxes on it.
Well, I don't know what you mean by they pay taxes on it.
They're going to be in this MSTU, so.
Yeah, they may, well, the entire county may be part of this MSTU that pays taxes to pave roads, but you'd be paying basically extra because of the additional impacts you're generating. You'd be paying this plus your taxes.
Yeah, okay, whatever comes out to, I think the paved road will be nicer for everybody. I think dogs can still be walked on the side of the paved road. I don't think anybody's going to hit a dog on a paved road. Or there's still edges, the margins, the what do you call it, parkway. There's nice areas.
So to be clear, since you just heard this number for the first time, you're okay with revised calculation of your fair share?
Oh, yeah, whatever it comes out to, we'll be paying it.
Okay.
That's all we're doing here. All we're doing here is trying to,
Okay, any other questions from up here?
also, there's two entrances, you know, to
Well,
get there.
Mr. Moody did ask staff how it's, do you still want an answer to that question?
I think I got enough
Well,
idea.
that's again, it's based on the project traffic divided by the total traffic. So it'll be project traffic divided by project traffic plus the existing background
So
traffic.
how's that 27%?
Should be a larger percentage.
That's a much larger percentage. If we, each unit is what, 9 or 10 trips per ITE?
I'm gonna ask Mr. Blake to speak to that, he actually did the calculation.
Sure, Ben Noble here, transportation planner. Yes, the estimate was correct. I basically used, the daily development trips over the existing AADT plus development trips. And it came out to be about 27%.
Okay, but Ben, you're not answering the question. How many existing, what is the existing trips on the roadway?
The existing trips, okay, on the roadway, I'm sorry. The existing trips on the roadway, so roughly about 283 vehicles per day.
How many?
283.
283 vehicles per day.
Okay.
And how's that determined? Ben, how's that determined?
That's determined based on 30 addresses along that roadway there.
But we've had, okay, hold on. The testimony in the room today is that there's 11 houses on the road. You're saying there's 30, so can someone clarify if there's 30 or 11?
Beyond that intersection he's talking about. Tupper is longer than just these people's little enclave.
There's a
That is correct. So what I did is I took the whole corridor of Tupper Road from the dead end all the way down to State Road 52.
Miss?
54. And what I did, because there's side roads on Tupper Road that connect, what I did is I basically took half of those developments that's on those side streets.
But they don't use the road.
Right, but maybe half of them may.
Yeah,
They don't have access to the
no, they
road.
do. Downey Place, Roden Place, Laffridge Place, they all connect to Tupper.
That
they do.
actually connect to Tupper Road, that's Bowery and what's that?
Roden.
Okay.
Roden? Okay.
So the 11, I think, is just the northern portion of Tupper.
All right, but
Correct.
I would agree if these people have access to the road, that we should be able to assign traffic to them. That's fine.
Agreed.
So, are you comfortable with his answer?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Sounds like everybody's comfortable with the number of trips that are using the road and the fair share calculation.
The only other question I would have is, was that calculation based on the proposed 8 units or the allowable 12 units for R4?
That would be 8 units, the proposed 8 units.
However, the zoning change could, I know what this gentleman is saying, that it's not logically possible, but the zoning would allow for 12 units if an engineer was creative enough.
Yes, then if that's the case, then we would have to reassess that fair share cost.
Do you have, I know that's a long calculation, but do you have a rough idea what kind of a difference that would be?
Does fair share get assessed at rezoning or at development?
It's not
The
a
statement
it's definitely not a
states prior to site plan approval.
Prior to site plan approval.
Correct.
So it wouldn't.
Okay, so it wouldn't
If we rezone it, he doesn't have to write a check today.
So if they, my guess is if they came in for a site plan with 12 units, they'd adjust the fair share.
Understood.
Okay.
I wanted to show you that, you said you're pulling up the doc that we submitted along with the timing, phasing, and all that stuff. If you could just show them that, you're gonna see how you can't have an entrance I mean, you have to be able to swing a fire engine around in there. It's
Sir, I guess
impossible.
the question is, do you understand that if you came in with more than 8 units, your fair share may increase?
Yes. Oh, we were willing to pay whatever the actual calculated fair share is, whether it's 19,000 or 60,000. If it goes up to 100,000, we'll pay it.
He's not paying it.
We'll pay it because.
Well, either he or his buyer is going to have to pay it. One of them is going to have to.
What I'm saying is, you're right. We're in contract with somebody right now. They'll end up paying it, but he said whatever it takes to, make that thing work. But it is what it is.
Okay, that's all the answer we need. We don't need a big, long answer, okay?
Yeah, it is what it is.
I'm trying to get to the end here, so let's,
Yeah,
let's
we'll pay
just,
it. We'll
we
pay it.
understand. Are there any more questions? If not, okay, let's decide what we're
Well,
going to
I
do
would
here.
like to know if I got an answer to my
Okay,
question about the maintain right-of-way map.
Do you have any more questions of this applicant?
I don't have any more
Anybody?
questions of him. I have a question.
Okay, you can have a seat.
You can sit down, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to send that document if you don't have it with the fraudulent thing. I know you're interested in it. Watch out for Blackstock.
Understood.
Good afternoon again. I just got an answer back from my surveyor. There is no maintained right-of-way out there. And we don't often do that unless something like this comes up where there becomes a question. Then our team, our survey team, goes out with the public works people that maintain the road. Public works goes out and flags the boundaries of what they've maintained, and our guys survey it. That's how we come up with maintained right-of-way maps. So there's probably a lot of roads like this that are maintained by the county, but we don't actually have maintained maps. So, does that answer that question? So according to my guys, there is currently no maintained right-of-way maps.
Okay. I agree with Ms. Smith, though. It doesn't affect the ownership. We still own what we maintain, so.
Okay. So do we have, let's have a motion for the purpose of conversation after the motion and the second.
I'll move to deny and hope for a second for
I will
purposes
second
of
that.
discussion.
I'll second.
Okay. So you have a motion to deny with a second, and now for discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion?
The reason I went ahead and denied this is that when you look at this particular project here, you see a group of people, residents, that would like to maintain a certain lifestyle in their community. Although the argument would be, hey, look to the front, or to the south, I believe, is a number of homes already there. And that's true. I used to have a friend that lived in that area. He no longer lives here, but nonetheless, he did have a home there. And there are some very beautiful homes in that community. But I go back to the fact that you have a person who would like to develop his property. And I have no objection to that. In fact, maybe in the future, the people that are sitting here today that have advocated for the lifestyle that they would like to maintain will someday want to do the same thing. I would hope not. I hope that this area stays to a certain degree rural. Some call it horse farms. Well, I used to live in Kentucky, and I guarantee you those are not horse farms. They might be country homes, but definitely not horse farms. But I do understand the fact that there are those in the county, and this is an area that would like to maintain that lifestyle, and that's the reason why I cannot support this.
Okay. John, you're the maker.
Well, can I just make a comment?
Go ahead. Sure,
So
of
if you're
course.
disagreeing with staff's recommendation, there's an attachment in your packets. You're gonna have to identify.
We're gonna get there.
Okay.
The reason is I don't find this proposal to be compatible with the current pattern of land use. And I'm going to say in the area, but I'm going to say accessed by Tupper Road, although they back up to a more dense MPUD zoned area, there's no cross connection, which maybe Commissioner Starkey will ask about. We've got a situation with a road that, although if rezoned and if developed, they'll put up a prop share to pave that road, but at the end of the day, we're adding, although the county's calculation is 27%, if we just look at along that stretch of Tupper Road that runs east-west where the 11 houses are, that comes up to more by 40% increase in traffic by my quick calculation back here. and there's no mechanism for this road to get paved. Maybe the MSTU will cover getting this road paved next year, but maybe it'll be 30 years. We don't know the answer to that question, and until somebody can come and show me that the road's gonna get paved and that it's a safe situation, the drainage is going to get fixed, I don't think it's a reasonable proposal.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Moody, you're recommending now based on number one, the proposed change is not consistent with the existing land use pattern in the area. And not sure about number five. Number five says the proposed change will adversely affect living conditions in the immediate and surrounding neighborhoods. Does that apply?
Well, I think if these people have limited roadway capacity, they're voluntarily, some of them voluntarily maintaining the road themselves, whether that be legally, illegally permitted or otherwise, but they're doing it.
Okay, so I'm hearing that one. And then number six is there's not adequate access from a standard roadway. I'm assuming that's applicable.
That's the crux of my argument. Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at the others quickly. I don't know if you think number 11 applies, the property. Well, if you wanted to stop at number 6, we could stop there. It's up to you.
That's fine. We actually haven't heard any testimony about water or sewer. I think one of the neighbors said there's a sewer line. Is there sewer to this property?
It's right out front. It's 30 feet away.
How about water?
Yeah, right there. Now, all these subdivisions.
Doesn't matter. I made a motion.
I mean, if your main concern is compatibility in the road, I think if you cite number 1, number 6, that's kind of the crux of the issue. Would you agree?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
5 is,
absolutely.
5 impacts it also.
All right, so 1, 5, and 6, is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion which includes the reasons for that motion. And do we have any other comment?
That I would just say that I don't necessarily agree with the compatibility argument, but for the road condition, I would support Mr. Moody's motion.
Okay.
I'd have to say the same. I don't necessarily agree with the compatibility part, but the road number 6, definitely, I'd support.
Chris?
Well, I guess you all kind of have to have consensus on the reasons too. So I guess, Mr. Moody, are you willing to amend your motion to just cite number 6?
Does anybody else have anything you want to add here before we amend the motion?
I mean, it's up to you. I guess the motion on the table, the motion on the floor is 1, 5, and 6. But do you want to vote on that motion, or do you want to amend? You tell me.
I think one of the biggest problems that this property has, and I think you alluded to it before, John, was that, a property may be assigned a Res 6 designation or a Res 4 or whatever it might be. It doesn't mean it's mature. Doesn't mean it's ready to, and the zoning right now is agricultural. So obviously there has to be another step to determine whether it's suitable for that underlying res designation, that flew. In my opinion, I don't think it's mature. I don't think it's compatible, and I think compatibility is a big issue because if it had a connection to the properties to the south, then I would feel more inclined to approve it, but it doesn't. It's completely separate. And everything else around there is agricultural. And so I just don't think it's ready for it. I mean, I think obviously the owner has the right to develop the property. Maybe if they want to put a compound on there, if that's what they want to do, then maybe they can figure out a way to do that under the current situation. I don't know, but that's not for me to figure out. I just know that, unfortunately.
So, Mr. Chair, can I just clarify that comment with
Yeah.
Denise? I just want to confirm. So, whether or not it's a compound, I assume is irrelevant for zoning purposes, right? I mean, if they have 8 units, it doesn't matter whether they're platted separately as individual lots or not.
So all zoning districts, with the exception of multifamily and mobile home park, require that each unit be on its own individual lot. So AR, for example, the way it's zoned right now, 1 dwelling unit per acre, each unit has to be on its own
Okay,
individual
so
lot.
they'd have to subdivide this.
That's correct.
Even if they're doing it as a compound,
That's correct.
they're gonna have to have 8
I mean,
lots.
they can maybe build a house that has more than one kitchen, completely interconnected, no tenant separation, no common party wall, and they would all live in the same house, and, you know, this wing of the house is this person's, and that wing is the other
The
person's.
bottom line, there's no way to get 8 units on this property without rezoning it.
No, that's
No matter how
correct.
you configure the ownership.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we talked about.
Okay.
yeah. So I think compatibility for me, I wouldn't want to delete that, because I think that, for me, that's the main issue. I mean, the road's obviously an issue for, if you had another eight properties on there, 16 cars. So I'd leave it the way it was.
Well, the motion that I think was seconded was for 1, 5, and 6. Is that correct?
That's my opinion, yes.
Okay.
Well, I like how you said it, Chuck, because I was trying to figure out how to express that, because it's a challenge. Because, you know, I had the opportunity a few years ago to visit Mr. Hopkins' property, and it's beautiful out there, but I could see in I don't know how long, but I could see that area being developed, but it's really not mature yet because of the road.
Right.
And I would also agree, if there was a connection from the south, then it probably would make sense.
Yeah, because then what road wouldn't be an issue?
Right, exactly. So, yeah.
So with that being said.
And Commissioner Starkey would say this is a perfect example of why we should require interconnects. I just feel like I should say that on her behalf.
Right.
I'm lost, I'm not following your discussion. Can I please ask a question about your discussion? I don't
Sorry,
know what you mean by connection.
it's to the planning commission now. This is.
The Carlisle, I mean,
We don't take anything from the audience
I don't know
now.
what you mean. The connection from the south, you're saying.
Staff can explain it to you after the meeting. We can't take any more public comment. This is the public hearing's closed. This is to the planning commission. That's this discussion.
Believe me, we gave everybody way more time than I normally do.
Plus, this will be going to the Board of County Commissioners too. You can have every opportunity to ask questions and make more comments there. This is a recommending body on this item.
Yeah, we're not the final say, so. All right, so I guess we've had discussion, and we've had a motion and a second. There's no further discussion, I take it. So all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Okay.
Yes.
Did what you say?
She asked for a 5-minute recess for the rest of it. I'm assuming you wouldn't deny that to her. I said yes, I'm sorry.
Let me think about that.
I shouldn't have usurped your authority, but I didn't think you would tell her no.
Yeah, please usurp it all you want.
Usurper. I did, yeah.
Which?
Brad Tipping for the first thing? It was, honestly. Well, he's got every right to talk to an attorney.
It's a fine mess you got us into this time.
Well, ultimately, we concluded that he might be able to sue the engineer, but. Yes. But that's not really a county issue. Yeah.
How's it going?
I think that might be a 4 by 5. I was just trying to debate whether
You're actually earning the benefit of gas tax to heat.
Yeah. What he said.
I won't count myself.
Yeah. What he said.
If anything, I think it puts working in the actually because right now we're not really property taxes
That's why I keep mine way over here.
policy discussion. Oh, Are we ready, Denise?
I think so. Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry, it's been a long day. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. I would actually like to introduce Margaret Smith, who is the Engineering Services Director and the County Engineer. They will be discussing item P9, which is the Pasco County, the proposed Pasco County Design Standards Manual. This is a presentation item only. You don't have to vote on this item. The following item, PC8, which are changes to the Land Development Code that are needed because of the changes that Ms. Smith's team is going to discuss with you. You will be sitting as the LPA on that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon again. This is something I at least have some information on. I'm sorry, I don't know much about the PVAS. It's a whole different department than we are. So over the last few years, we've had a lot of people calling us and asking us about standards, about the design standards. And in this county, the design standards are mixed in the Land Development Code. And so we started looking into ways to make it more customer service friendly. And also, I sit on the board for the Green Book, Florida Green Book, and also on the board for FACERS, Florida Association of Counties. And we've talked about this issue. And quite a few counties throughout, a lot of the counties throughout the state have completely separate documents. And if you go into Hillsborough or Pinellas, you just go in the design technical manual, and it's there. It's very easy to find. Like us, they also follow Florida Department of Transportation standards. So back, 2 or 3 years ago now, it's been a while, we started working on developing, working with our consultant, Columbia Fair. Tim Bourne has been a tremendous help to us here. But he's been helping us go through the document, through the Land Development Code, pull out anything that's a standard, a Florida DOT standard, road standard, and put it into a new manual called Pasco County Design Standards Manual. And so it's not only just cutting and pasting. We wanted it to do it in a way that we would have easy cross back and forth across between the two documents. So, and also along the way we wanted, let me see if I can figure out how to do this. There we go. So we wanted to also, as you can see at the bottom, we wanted to make sure that we were updating the standards. I don't know when these standards that are in the code were last updated. I don't know when that code was put together, when those standards were actually even put in there. I would assume around, I don't know, 2010 or something. But nonetheless, DOT standards changed. Usually about every year you get changes on the standards, and so there's a lot of things that are a little bit behind. So on top of being a little complicated for our new people coming into our county that are used to a specific manual where they can just go and find the standards, it gets a little outdated, and it gets a little difficult to work with that when it's all mixed together. Codes and standards are two different things. So just history of what we've been through. I've kind of gone through that really quickly with you. So here's the sections of the code that we changed for anyone that's familiar with the code and has used the code. And we talked to John about it because I know he's an engineer and has been working on probably using these quite a bit. He had some very good comments. Some of those are still not, some of the things he pointed out were great comments. And my response to him was, well, once we get this manual set aside, changes like that can happen a lot easier, a lot more efficiently and effectively, because we're not going through the policy changes that you see Denise going through on a regular basis when she's updating the land development code. One of the other things we did was we kept the numerical system the same between the two documents so that you could easily go back and forth between them. And we also have hyperlinks. We don't have them yet, but we will have hyperlinks where you'll see it in one manual or the other, and you can click back and forth, crosswalks between the two. So, wow, I can't even read that. But, this is a good idea of kind of a good example of, on the left is a land development code, and on the right is what the design manual will look like. And I really can't see that, but maybe you guys can. So for instance, 901.10 is now just going to be 1.10. So we just took the 90 off. So the code, the numeric system's the same. If there was an ABC in the land development code, there will be an ABC in the design manual. It's just sometimes it'll say, for those particular letters, it'll send you back over to the land development code. So that's how it went. That's how it works back and forth. Pretty straightforward. We've had a few people. We've had a lot of our consultants on the horizontal roundtable look at it. We've had throughout our county. We've had a lot of reviewing of the document, and so we feel like it's ready to go out and become one of our county manuals at this point. So we wanted to show that to you and ask, find out if there's any questions or any concerns.
What I'm still struggling with, and let me give the rest of the commission a little background. Earlier this week, I received an email from Sumner down here indicating that they had met with Commissioner Mariano regarding this proposed manual, and Mr. Mariano asked if they would meet with me prior to the Planning Commission before they present this, as well as the land development code. So I agreed. We had a Teams meeting, I'm sorry, it was a week ago, Wednesday, is that correct? So we had a Teams meeting. I got to quickly run through the manual. And what I'm seeing is there aren't many. They're proposing changes to current standards that are in the land development code. I don't think any of them are onerous or egregious. There's a proposed change to make the structural number for pavement from 2.35 or something to 2.45, 2.34, and I went and did the math. That amounts to a 1/4 inch of asphalt on a road. But to me, the question is, why the manual? We have the standards in the land development code. They're not hard to find. I use them every day. All my colleagues throughout the county and everybody that brings up an approval before us uses them every day. And the only reason that I see, and it's actually, I asked the question directly, the reason for the manual is so that the criteria can be changed administratively, so that they don't have to come to this body to hold a public hearing to change the criteria. At the end of the day, that's the long and the short of it, is they want to be able to do this administratively. And so I have to ask myself whether that's reasonable or not reasonable. And listen, the changes proposed today, I'm not going to tell you that they're unreasonable, but what we don't know is, Margaret, you're leaving. When are you leaving?
End of March.
End of March. So we don't know, do we know who your replacement is yet?
No, we do not.
So this person's going to be able to come in and change this administratively. And I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna get up and tell me, well, yeah, the ordinance you're about to vote on says, well, they'll publish the changes on 30 days notice on the website, and then if you don't like them, you can appeal them to the Board of Commissioners. But if you've ever looked at what the appeals process is, that's kind of onerous to go appeal those. I think if the Board of Commissioners, and the other question that I asked during that Teams meeting was, did the Board of Commissioners direct you to do this? And the response that I got was, well, they knew we were doing it because we put in a requisition for Mr. Bourne. Is that true?
That is true. That is true. There's a lot of things that we do
Okay,
that
but they
don't go to
didn't
the board.
ask you to come do this.
To do this
And there
meeting?
wasn't overwhelming, there wasn't, I guess where I'm at a loss is, I didn't hear any argument that, you know, people were coming to the county commissioners and complaining that they couldn't figure out how to design something in Pasco County because there wasn't a manual, and that they needed you to go put this in a manual. You guys took it upon yourselves to decide to do this.
We did that as a customer service. We do get a lot of calls in engineering services, and I don't know if these guys do in Will's team, but we get a lot of calls asking us, how do they find this and how do they find that? And we also are aligning with what many of the counties throughout the state do. So if you're from a different county and you're used to a technical manual, which most counties have, you come to our county and you're looking for that manual. And maybe that's why I get the calls. Maybe that's why our department gets those calls. So we're always looking for ways to make things easier for our users, especially our new users. Our county is growing. We have lots of new developers, a lot of new engineers coming in. So we're always looking for more, you know, better websites, better ways to get information out. So here we are trying to create this manual.
It's right on Muni Code. And at the end of the day, you're going to link, so we have a link to another book or a link back from this book to Muni Code.
Right.
The only thing that's different is the process by which the standards can be changed. Like I said, there's some minor, I don't want to get into all of the technical issues and bore you to death with engineering issues over what's being proposed in the manual. The other thing I see is, I'm in the manual, it says, all work shall be in accordance with the latest editions of standards and requirements utilized by Pasco County and the Florida Department of Transportation, which include but are not limited to publications such as. Then there's this long laundry list of things to do with asbestos, which I'm kind of at a loss on how roadways and stormwater have asbestos. I mean, I guess we could run into some places where we need to remove a little transite pipe or demolish a structure. All the AASHTO manuals make sense. Rules of the Board of Surveyors, but I didn't see rules of the Board of Professional Engineers listed in here. I see Florida Department of Environmental Protection rules, but has anybody ever looked at Chapter 62 of the Florida Administrative Code? It's taller than David's chair. So.
I have.
Do you agree?
Because I have to.
The FDOT Computer Aided Design and Drafting Manual. So does that mean now that my CAD drafting has to comply to FDOT standards as a private consultant, need to draw plans for a private land development in accordance with DOT CAD standards? FDOT Procurement Procedure 001375030, compensation for consultant travel time on professional services agreements. I'm trying to figure out how that's a design standard. I'm at a loss for that one. Florida statutes. Well, yes, we have to comply with Florida statutes. I think that's a given. There's another one about asbestos. And then here's one, quality assurance guidelines, safety standards. What are those? And then again, repeated, all applicable Florida statutes and administrative codes. Well, yeah, I get it, and if I'm designing a subdivision or a commercial site in this county, I need to apply, comply with applicable statutes and Florida administrative codes, but that's not. Those things are policed by the state's agencies, SWIFMUD, the Department of Environmental Protection. it's not the county that does these things. The county has its standards for what we need to do locally, and I agree, and I'm not against standards. I would tell you, I do this every day for a living, and I know what my clients would do if there were no codes and no standards, and let's just say we all probably wouldn't like that. Developers might like it, but the public probably wouldn't like it. So it's not that I'm against codes and standards. What I don't agree with here, and I just don't know how to say it any more plainly, is the elimination of our role in reviewing and assessing what those are. Today they're in the land development code. If they want to come, if the county engineer wants to come before us and say, hey, Mr. Moody, we've got a problem. The land development code was written by somebody who thought the structural number for a subdivision street should be 2.34, and we're finding out that these subdivision streets are falling apart in 5 years, and this MSTU that we were talking about, David, is now going to be taxed and taxed because we have these horribly built roads and we need to change it to 245. You're probably not going to get an argument from me. But what you want to do is eliminate me from the process. And I don't know why, I mean, I guess everybody can do what they want, but I don't know why you would vote to eliminate yourselves from that decision process. I realize we're not the ultimate decision, but we're here to make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. And to me, it really comes down to, it's almost an American, the structure of the American government. We have separation of powers.
So you're saying we still have to have some type of oversight responsibility, correct?
Well, if you vote to adopt, well, we don't get to vote
No, we
to
don't
adopt
get
the
to vote,
manual,
yeah.
you get to vote on the next item, and that's to eliminate all the design standards from the land development code and be put in this manual, which can be changed administratively. So
Right.
you're gonna, if you vote for that, you're gonna lose your say.
Can I talk a little bit about what we
say
did
that
to get
is.
to this point? Or would you mind if I did that for a minute?
Sure.
If you talk about what?
What we did to get to this point. This was not by any means just.
Well, you know, but I think he's talking about the salient point as far as I'm concerned. And that's what, you know, who's going to end up making these decisions. It doesn't matter what you worked on to this stage if this is not a
It was
good
more about who we
process.
coordinated with. We coordinated with development, the horizontal roundtable, developers
but
throughout the
that's
community. So I'm just facts. This is not something that we arbitrarily choose to do. This is something related to the Florida Department of Transportation standards. As those change, our standards change. And it says right in the code, and I didn't add this, it's been there since 2010 or whatever. We will use the Florida Department of Transportation standards or the Land Development Code, whichever is more stringent. And through my time here, there have been some of the code standards, codes are kind of mixed with standards here in the Land Development Code, that we have looked at and said, well, no, that's a little bit, if we're not, if the state's not requiring that, why are we requiring it? And so back and forth with the horizontal roundtable and the people involved in our business, and we've actually reduced code, standards at times. So this isn't, and I know this is a fear that you guys have, that we're just going to willy-nilly make changes, but none of these changes will be anything other than what the Florida Department of Transportation, they reflect those changes as those changes.
But this manual also covers stormwater.
Yes, it will.
And that was a big discussion when we had the teams meeting. I noted that in the design manual there were lots of revisions to updated FDOT standards and the change in the structural number and all of these things which
Right.
affect roads. And then I got down to the stormwater section and there was nothing. In fact, the stormwater section says we're going to comply with Chapter 40D4 and Chapter 40D40 that was in effect on December whatever 2011. David, those were repealed. They don't even exist anymore today.
So we've been working with.
This is all about updating and making sure we're with the current codes and standards. It's not even in there. You know, I see Will sitting back there, and Will, you could attest to this. I had a development, and I had to write your reviewer a letter. Your reviewer came and said, you need to size your storm sewer using a minimum time of concentration of 15 minutes. And I had voluntarily without a deed restriction, used 8 minutes. And the way that calculation works, the shorter the time of concentration, the more the flow, the bigger the pipe. So I'm imposing a bigger pipe on my developer than the land development code. And then I get scolded by a junior engineer in development review about how I'm not following the code. So I had to write a long letter to the engineer and explain how the calculation works. And then I was told, well, you still need to do it this way, but if you want to voluntarily upsize the pipe, even though I'm doing the right thing for public health, safety, and welfare, that I can do that. So I thought, okay, great. We get into the manual, you'd think that'd be changed. It's not changed. There's nothing changed there.
Can I address that? Would you mind?
Sure.
Stormwater was an area that we debated about what to do. We knew that they were in a progression. They were working towards making changes. And working with them, they're in the Public Works department, we decided we would get that first part in. And then as they made improvement, this is where, and this is what I was explaining to you, this is where they can make changes more efficiently and effectively, just as they go through the book. And again, they're the same as we are. No changes can be made to our manuals without working with the horizontal roundtable. And we can I don't know how many meetings we had. We've been meeting with them for probably the last year and a half. So we don't do any of this in the dark, behind closed doors. It's all back and forth,
There's
based
no
on the standards.
language
And the code, yeah, and the stormwater part, as I said to you during that team meetings was, yeah, we knew there was going to be updates. We knew they had things to do. The decision was to go ahead and get that in the manual, just get a start with the stormwater.
So, Margaret, let me just see if I can find a compromise here, rather than you guys going back and forth on this issue. Since you intend to bring changes to the DSM, the manual, to horizontal roundtable for comments, would you have any objection to bringing them to Planning Commission for comments?
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
So maybe there's a middle ground, because under the development manual, there's a sentence that says, it's intended the changes to the development manual be made in a collaborative manner with input from all appropriate stakeholders. For whatever reason, that sentence doesn't exist down in the design standards manual. I mean, we could add a sentence that says, it's intended the changes to the development manual be made in a collaborative manner with input from all appropriate stakeholders, including the Planning Commission.
How would that work for you?
And I guess, would that address your
us.
concern?
Probably not.
Okay. Well, I'm just throwing it out there.
The one thing I've been very consistent, and Margaret, this has nothing to do with you, and it's funny you already beat me to the punch today. I did want to mention that if you open the FDOT Green Book, her names, this woman knows roads, so I'm not going to get in here and argue about what standards, what roads. It's about process. The one thing I've been very consistent about since I got back in the Planning Commission is about due process. And I think that the commissioners have appointed us to evaluate changes to the land development code, to hold public hearings, advertised, noticed public hearings where the community gets to come out, comment. I realize there's nobody from public here to this
It's a hot
today.
topic.
But that's what we're here to do, and I just can't support changing that process that allows us to make that recommendation. I'm not saying that I disagree with anything that's in this manual. Like I said, the 245, I can tell you right now, I designed private parking lots with stronger than 245 structural numbers. So
to be clear, Mr. Smith, the reason I made this suggestion is I'm going to play devil's advocate with you, because technically your role on a land development code amendment is, as the LPA, is to evaluate consistency with the comprehensive plan. That's technically your duty on a proposed change in the land development code. These are technical design standards which generally don't even implicate the comprehensive plan. I mean, there might be some general reference to standards.
David, if we go through, I don't know if you've had a chance to go through this in detail. I really don't want to get down to this, but I'll show you in the proposed changes where there's still design criteria, very specific design criteria being left in. So is it being taken in, left in, or being taken out?
Yeah, I would like to work with you on that because I'm not aware of that.
So, but I guess my question to you is if the planning commission has an opportunity to comment on the design standards manual, I mean, so that it's not just put on your agenda as a presentation only item where you actually get, it's actually a discussion item. I guess my position is actually, that's actually my view, that you're actually getting more authority than you currently have, because technically, planning commission is only supposed to be saying, is this land development code amendment consistent with the comp plan or not? That's technically all you're supposed to be doing today. So.
Well, wait a minute. We sat in here and talked about adding trees to lots. We talked about whether aluminum fences could be used visible.
I'm not saying that you've all done, yeah, I'm not saying that.
Those have nothing to do with.
I'm not saying that you don't have the right to comment on any land development code.
We were asked to comment as the LPA to vote on those land development code.
Right, but I'm just changes. But your technical duty is to say, are those land development code amendments consistent with the comp plan? And there are many, by the way, there are many land development code amendments that directly implicate the comp plan. For example, when you're about to hear the zoning, I mean the airport zoning regulations, those directly implicate the comp plan.
Are the economic impacts of land development design criteria, are the economic impacts caused by a code something that affects consistency with the comprehensive plan? I mean, if all of a sudden we go in and Margaret's retiring, or I don't know whether you're going back into private practice or retiring, but the next county engineer comes in and decides that the structural number for a road should be 3.25, and he does it in the middle of a recession, and all of a sudden we don't have any development because you've made it more expensive, administratively made it more expensive to develop in this county. So these things have economic impacts.
Well, fundamentally, my feeling is that we're still a representative government, and we operate on the basis of representatives who've been chosen to represent the people in decisions that affect their lives. And the more and more we flow toward an administrative type of government, we're getting away from that. And so,
well, that's why, that's why I flow to the compromise, because I'm trying to figure out a middle ground here where I get Mr. Moody's point.
I don't think we want to compromise on our principles of American values. I think
but I'm saying, I'm trying to get you input. I'm actually trying to argue that you should get more input than you currently have today. Because technically, I understand that you do make comments on land development code amendments, but some of them are arguably beyond your role. I'm actually trying to make.
We don't make the ultimate decision here. We make a recommendation.
But I'm trying to actually codify.
Commissioners.
I'm actually trying to codify that you have a commenting role on changes to the development manual, which isn't codified anywhere today. Your current role is just to say, is a land development code amendment consistent with the comp plan or not? That's technically all that you're authorized to do today. I'm actually trying to embed in the code that you have authority to comment on changes to the development manual, which I'm not sure you would have that on it if it was just the land development code. You're just.
They bring them before us. I've been here since July, and I can't tell you how many land development code amendments that contain technical criteria we've already voted on.
I agree that you vote, but if you look at your actual agenda memo, what it says is you're voting to find it consistent with the comp plan. Isn't that what they all say, Denise?
Yes.
So it doesn't say you're voting to say that the standards are correct, or you're voting to say that the standards make sense, or whatever. I mean,
But the comprehensive plan, although it doesn't lay out specific design criteria, we talk about things like there are economic impacts, there are social impacts. These things are considerations of the comprehensive.
They are for land use. They certainly are for land use. Like when you're making a land use decision, absolutely the economic impact of that land use decision is relevant and implicates the comp plan. I'm not sure that every design standard is directly implicating the economic development policies of our comp plan. But yes, there's many land use decisions where every land use decision you make.
Last night, Pinellas County had to hold a public workshop on its stormwater design manual. And the reason they had to do that is because their staff, along with some people, former professors from the University of Central Florida, decided they were going to change the course of stormwater in Pinellas County forever. And it went on since 2018. And what it's resulted in is developers walking away from Pinellas County because it's become impossible to comply with the manual. And the manual is changed, is written and changed and made administratively.
I guess my question to you is if they have to bring, because Ms. Smith is conceding, she's agreeing, that she'd bring these changes to the Planning Commission before they're adopted. What is the substantive difference if it's coming to you as just to make comments versus you coming to you as the LPA? That's the part I'm not getting.
But we don't really have any decisions if all we're doing is making comments. We're just making comments.
Well, but the difference is I think.
And they could ignore our commens.
But the board could ignore your comments today anyway.
Yeah.
It still can staff.
But they wouldn't dare.
No, they have before, to be honest with you.
They've ignored us before, and then there's other times where they've been with us in lockstep. So.
I understand, but I guess it really comes down to whether the board wants to see every change to the design standards manual. Because if the board doesn't, and you do, then to me, as long as it comes to you, you can make a recommendation to the county engineer, or whoever, the county administrator's designee about whether that change should be made.
The county administrator's designee. Right now, we make our recommendations
to the board, but what if the board says, I don't want to see these changes to the design standard?
The board didn't ask them to do this.
Yeah, well, we don't know whether the board wants to see these or not. I don't know, because we
Well,
haven't
to be clear, we have talked to
I
the board members.
asked the question directly. Did the board ask you? Did the board direct you?
The board did not direct us to do this, but we have spoken to all the commissioners except for Commissioner Starkey. They have all been met with.
And Commissioner Mariano specifically said, go talk to Mr.
Well, and my compromise would ensure that those changes come to this body. If the board doesn't want to see them, if for all I know, Commissioner Mariano just wants to make sure that you see them.
Well, he mentioned there's 2 engineers on the board, and that it would be good to share.
So I get why the board might say, these are technical design standards. I want my planning commission to weigh in on that. Doesn't mean the Board of County Commissioners wants to weigh in on it. So what's wrong with saying you all get to weigh in on it?
Well, they are going to weigh on it because they have to adopt the manual by resolution.
The original one, but then amendments can be made administratively.
No, it says they're going to do it by resolution.
Just the first one, just
no,
accept
just the first one's done by resolution.
Just to create the manual.
The amendments would go on our website, but the amendment I'm proposing would say they could not be adopted until they first come to the Planning Commission. I guess I'm trying to figure out how is that materially different? If you assume the board doesn't want to see these, and I can understand that may or may not be the case, but Ms. Smith is saying she doesn't think they want to see it. If they think that they're comfortable with you as the body that reviews these, then you're not making a recommendation to the board anymore. Your only recommendation is to the county administrator's designee, because that's who controls the manual now. But you're still getting to see them. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how is that materially different, whether that comes.
That assumes that, well, I don't know how the vote's going to go here today. That assumes we vote to eliminate the design standards from the land development code and that the Board of Commissioners does that.
Well, and I'm proposing a change to the land development code, not the manual, that says that they can't be changed until they first come to the Planning Commission for comments. Because Ms. Smith is saying she's willing to bring every change to the manual to the Planning Commission for comments.
Ms. Smith's not going to be here.
But I'm proposing to codify it. It doesn't matter whether Ms. Smith is here anymore. If we codify in the code, that can't be taken out of the code unless it comes back to you.
But if we give them comments and they ignore them, what good is that? I mean,
well, but the board could ignore them now anyway.
But they have consequences.
Well, staff could ignore you.
They'd have to.
Let me just put the one that you denied today. Staff can still recommend approval to the board.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, we know that.
I understand that.
But there's a second body that reviews.
But they're a second representative body, and they have to fall on their own sword.
I understand that, I'm just saying that, I mean, you want final approval authority over any of, I mean, I don't know what you're asking for. You want more than
I'm
common?
asking for the status quo, that's what I'm asking for.
But you don't have
I'm
final
not asking for a change, I'm asking for the process to stay the same. Listen, I think if the county commissioners were so concerned that our land development code was junked up with design standards that needed to be removed, then they would have ordered them to remove them. But I don't think there's been some big, massive public backlash or outcry.
So, Ms. Smith, I don't know the conversations you've had with the board about the general impetus for this. I'm just trying to figure out, is there some middle ground that lets planning commission still have input? Because I agree with Mr. Moody that today they have input on changes to the land development code. Now, it's arguably limited to consistency with the comp plan, but they do have input, and they make a recommendation to the board. I'm just trying to figure out, is there some middle ground where they still have that input? I mean, would you feel better if it said that you have final approval authority over the changes to the manual?
Well, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners.
Right,
and we hold a hearing and we listen to evidence, okay? People get in testimony, just like the last hearing. People come up and they give us testimony. Maybe we'll have engineers or architects or developers come up and say, no, planning commission, this isn't a good idea because the consequences are gonna be this. Or maybe they'll come up here and say, hey, this is great, we love this. And you should recommend to the board this. But we hold a hearing, people get to have their say. They get their due process.
Well, but you
That's part of our American system.
But the code could say that bring to planning commission at a public hearing. I guess.
And if we had final say, I wouldn't be so objecting to it. But if all we can do is make a recommendation, then there's no next step.
You're not asking for final decision, correct, John?
No, I'm not. All I'm asking for is.
But I guess where we have a disconnect, and this goes to the ultimate issue, is I don't know for sure that the board wants to see these. And I guess I'll ask Ms. Smith.
The board didn't ask them to do this.
Okay, but Ms. Smith has had one-on-one meetings with the board members.
All 4 of them so far. We haven't, Commissioner Snarky's next week, but not, all of them thought it was a great idea. All of them were pretty happy with it. So, I mean,
I guess
Commissioner Mariano was excited.
Is it possible that the board trusts you all so much that they only want your input on these design standard manual changes? Maybe Commissioner Mariano asked you to look at it because he doesn't want to look at it. He trusts you so much to look at it.
I'm not going to betray the confidence in him, but he and I have had a discussion, and I understand how this was pitched to him. And I'm going to tell you, if what he's telling me is true, and I'm going to take it at face value, he didn't get the same pitch that we're all getting right here.
Could I ask what that is?
I'm not going to betray,
okay, I
what we
understand.
had in a private conversation publicly here, but I'll just leave it at that.
Well, but ultimately this comes down to whether the board wants to still see these types of changes. If the board still wants to see them, then I agree with you, then it doesn't make sense to, then the manual, then you might as well just have the manual go to the planning commission and the board, just like our land development code amendments do. Just like the current process. But I don't know for sure whether the board wants to see every technical change to the manual.
Yeah, but
they may say.
Have you read the manual?
No, I'm not. I read the code.
Okay, so there's things, some of these things are technical changes, like structural numbers. Some of them are procedural. We're moving these substandard road review procedures into the design manual. That's procedural. There's no design flexibility in how you do a substandard road analysis. You follow the code. So why is it being moved?
I'm not aware that those are being moved, sir. I think we have them in there, but we point back to the land development code.
I think the crux of it is what Mr. Moody's saying is that some sort of representative body should have a final authority on this as opposed to administrative. As of now, the final authority is the Board of County Commissioners. We have input on it, and then this proposed change would might be able to comment on it with the codification that you're speaking of, but ultimately the final authority will be administrative.
And that's the crux of the issue.
Right.
Well, so I had at least one commissioner, planning commissioner, say that he'd be okay if you all had final approval authority. I guess I'll ask Ms. Smith, is staff okay with that? If you were, this body would get a final vote on any changes to the design standards manual?
I mean, I think our whole purpose here was to make it more efficient and, follow the Department of Transportation as they make changes. But if this is what, I think it's very important to have a separate manual. Most of our counties do have a separate technical manual. If there are recommendations to have a different type of review from the board or from you, we're trying to move this through more quickly.
You said overview. I think it's very important that the citizens,
Substandard road
through
procedures are being
elections,
deleted.
they do have the opportunity to have oversight. I think that's a good value to you and to county employees to have some oversight. And I think that would be the best way to go.
In a public forum.
Saying that they may not want to see every technical change is my point. I didn't say they would only.
Yeah, we're 100% about transparency. We're not trying to hide anything here.
I know.
So don't want that even to be a thought.
And don't get me wrong, I'm
Yeah.
not saying there's anything nefarious going on here or that there's anything egregious other than, I'm sorry, I'm taking a stand at a higher level here, and that's in the structure of our government and our representative form of government. We have a system where our elected representatives have appointed us to hold hearings and listen to testimony and make recommendations. And what we're going to be voting on here is a change to that structure. And I'm opposed to that.
Okay, so again, I think there's a way to at least have you make a recommendation that allows this to move forward, which is you could add a sentence that says in the code, not in the manual, in section B, that says something to the effect of, is intended that changes to the development manual be made in a collaborative manner with input from all appropriate stakeholders, including final approval by the Planning Commission. Now, I don't know if staff's going to agree with that, but seems like that would address your concern.
That probably would with one technical problem.
I think staff would concur with that because
with one technical problem,
it doesn't work
the technical
out.
problem would be that that's the development manual.
We're trying to get
and this is
approval.
the
I mean, that's what we do.
design
No, I'm saying the sentence, I modified the sentence, okay, because that sentence I just read, except for the very last part of it, is in the development manual. I'm proposing that sentence be cut and pasted down into the design standards manual and then added at the end of it, including final approval by the Planning Commission. Now, I don't know if we want to do the same thing on the development manual. That's a different issue, but I'm just trying to deal with the design standards manual.
I like that one.
That would solve my problem. If we had final approval on that, that would solve my problem, yes. Then we still have a representative form of government where there is due process.
Right.
There's some oversight responsibility.
With public comment and public hearings.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we could say including final approval by the Planning Commission at a public hearing if that's just to make that clear.
Yes.
And anybody that doesn't like the Planning Commission's decision can always appeal that to the board, because all the decisions of the Planning Commission are appealable to the board.
Right.
Including staff. Staff could appeal it to the board if they don't like your decision.
Absolutely.
Make a motion.
Well, we're still in the presentation.
You're still in the
I think we have to get to item PC.
Yeah, the change I just read is a change to the code, which is PCA. But
just presenting.
But I don't even know if staff's in agreement with it. I'm just trying to move this forward.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that, we're talking engineering standards, and I'm not sure that the board, except for Mr. Moody and Mr. Girardi, are engineers. These are engineering standards that we're talking about. They're not code, this is not code standards. Yeah, how thick the pavement is and that type of thing. So is this the board that would get final yes or no on that? Because we're directed by the Florida Department of Transportation. Our Florida statute says we follow those standards, just like Swift Mud. You know, when you're doing a drainage project, you're working with Swift Mud standards. So there's, I guess, where we have a concern. Is this the right board to do that? I can understand what you're saying about transparency and that type of thing, but when you're talking about DOT standards or roadway standards, how thick is the road to be? What kind of pipe should you have? What, that type of thing. What is the slope of the road? Those are standards, and unless you're in the engineering world, unless you're a designer and you're really, really familiar with those standards and what they mean when we do change them,
so I get what you're saying.
This is the right group.
I get what you're saying. I'm a financial planner. I mean, I'm not big on land
And I
development.
couldn't
for that
do your
matter.
stuff either.
Yeah. So I mean, but by having these public meetings and allowing a board like this to contemplate this, we can allow the public to comment. We can allow engineers that might be working for a developer that might be impacted by those design standards to come present their case to this body to be able to make a decision as a representative form of government. So that's whether or not what our background is kind of irrelevant in regards to that, because we're not making those decisions. It's more about having the public forum and the ability for public to make comments on these types of matters.
I get you. We do that quite well. I mean, we do it very intensely with the horizontal roundtable. We've had, I don't know, over the last year and a half, meeting upon meeting upon meeting with our developers and their engineers. So none of this is anything that they haven't seen. They have seen it, and they have seen it, and they have seen changes, and we've gone back and forth. So in that regard, we've not done any of this just in the engineering department.
And that might be fine for the code as it stands, but that's not speaking to what might happen in the future with future changes.
Can we somehow codify that it has to be?
Well, that's what we're discussing.
Well, you're discussing that, but you're saying you would have the final say, which I'm saying that when you're talking these standards, I would love to have our engineers here, and I'm sure this group would meet with them. The horizontal roundtable is not going away just because I'm leaving.
What FDOT standard controls the structural number for a cross-access between two private parking lots?
Well, you and I talked about that, and I don't have an answer to that. But
so
sir,
in the let me make this clear. In the manual, she's setting forth that the structural number for a residential street is going to be 2.45. And I'm sorry because I don't want to bore you into this. The number for a cross-access driveway between two private parking lots is 2.96. So there's a more stringent standard to build a little tiny driveway connecting two private parking lots than there is a county road. But we're told all this has to be done because this is FDOT standards, but there's no FDOT standards.
So just we
this
have.
This is being moved in the manual.
You know, with all the
These
engineers.
are things that do affect development in our county. These are things that affect costs on developers.
And these would be so easy to change between us and the horizontal.
Yeah.
That hasn't come up until you brought it up. I love that you made that comment. If I'd known that comment was made before, we could have resolved that. But I don't know how many engineers sit on the HR, on the
Also,
horizontal.
your comment as to the
But
fact that we,
that
excuse me, wait a minute.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Your comment as to the fact that we have two engineers on the board here, and the rest of us don't know what the hell we're talking about, is sort of, and insulting to me, because every person on this board has different strengths and different knowledge base to draw from, and that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be representing the community as a whole. We're not supposed to be representing engineers or any kind of scientists. We're supposed to be representing the people. The people should have a chance to present their case. We should have a chance to listen to it in a common sense way, ask questions, and make a decision. And if you don't trust us to do that, that's on you. That's not on us.
I'm sorry, but I don't think I said I didn't trust you. I
That's
apologize
sort
if
of
that's
what
how,
you just said.
if that's how it came across. I apologize for that.
So,
But
in an effort to move this forward, I'm not sure we're going to have universal agreement. It sounded like a majority of the planning commission agreed that with my sentence,
right,
it resolved the concern. So my recommendation would be to you just make a recommendation, when we get to the code amendment, if we ever get there.
We're gonna get there.
That you add that sentence, and then Denise will have to put in her, or staff will have to put in their agenda memo to the board that you recommended the addition of that sentence. Whether staff wants to agree with that or not is up, and whether the board agrees with the addition of that sentence will be up to the board. But at least you will have made it clear that you only think this should move forward with the addition of that sentence.
Right.
Because I don't know that we're getting into fights about democracy and everything else, and whether somebody
That's the
insulted
fun
somebody. But I just want to move this forward. It's 5 o'clock. There's nobody in the public here. I think.
This is nothing like the British Parliament. So.
Yes, so when I got you all to agree, staff doesn't have to agree with you, okay? I got you all to agree that the addition of that sentence resolves your concern.
Right.
Let's just recommend that you add the sentence, the board add that sentence and move on. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
It's okay with
Okay.
me.
I would be happy to move on to the next item, which is the land development code change.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next slide.
You're a genius.
I like fights about democracy too, but I mean, it's 5 o'clock.
That's what it's all about. Yeah. Here, have a conversation.
Not as late as we've been here before. No.
All right, so, all right, all, thank you so much for your patience and your time. So this next item is the corresponding land development code amendments that go together with the moving the design elements into a design standards manual. So this is, file number is ENA 230005. So why are we here? I think you guys already know this, but we can kind of talk about it again. The Engineering Services Department is proposing that the BCC adopt a design standards manual by resolution. So the issue is that many of the design standards are currently housed in Chapter 900 of the Land Development Code. Several sections, which include maps and graphs, exhibits, and tables, are proposed to be moved from the LDC to the Design Standards Manual. So going through the history on this, this was first presented to the Ordinance Development Team on May 27, 2021, then again on November 10, 2021, then on December 16, 2021, and on January 13, 2022. It then moved on to the Horizontal Roundtable Interested Parties meeting. Those meetings, and these are not the only meetings that were captured. These are the ones that actually had the Horizontal Roundtable, the entire group together. There were subgroups that were also meeting. And those meetings were February 16, 2022, March 16, 2022, November 16, 2022, and December 21st, 2022. And throughout the entire 2022, beginning in February, this item, when it was not being heard, so those other horizontal roundtable meetings that occurred every month, the item was listed as a old business item. So in other words, it was constantly on the agenda, even though it wasn't spoken about. All right. So basically, generally, what you're going to see is all the LDC sections that are being pulled from the LDC into the Design Standards Manual that refer to the Design Standards Manual will have a link. So each document is going to be hyperlinked into the other document. Once we know where they're going to reside, there's going to be a hyperlink. There will be a hyperlink in Municode, and there will be a hyperlink in our website into Municode to connect those two documents. So one of the things that we did, and this is something that David was actually talking about now, is that we added in Chapter 300 Procedures, Section 303 Common Procedures, we're amending that section to add the Design Standards Manual. So the way it's being proposed today is, this is basically it talks about, this is everything that's bold and underlined is new. So this is a new portion. So the Design Standards Manual, this is what it's intended to do. The first paragraph, the second paragraph, if any design elements within a project cannot meet the Design Standards Manual, you can apply for an alternative standards in accordance with 407.5. And then the last section, which is what David was alluding to, wanting to add language, is that section would start with, it is intended that changes to the Design Standards Manual be made in a collaborative manner with input from all appropriate stakeholders, including final approval by at a public hearing by the Planning Commission. So that's one of the things that it's a new section in a new subsection in the LDC.
Which would still be appealable to BOCC.
Yes, that's correct. So the next thing that we're adding is new things. This is not stuff coming out of the land development code. Is we're adding section 407, which is the relief procedures. We're adding that section to state that a design standards manual, an element in the design standards manual can be an alternative standard can be requested from that, and it includes the criteria for requesting reviewing and approving an alternative standard to the design standards manual. It looks very similarly to the way that a an alternative standard to the land development code can be requested. It's fairly similar in the way that it's laid out. Okay. All right. So moving on. This is, I know you're probably used to. Yes.
Can we back up?
Absolutely.
If I'm reading this correctly, the only difference is that we're adding that environmental requirements prohibit meeting the criteria.
That is accurate.
4, 5, and 6 are the same for alternative standards to the land development code.
4, 5, and 6 are the same as, yes, as 3, 4, and 5.
I think 2 and 3 are different. Number 1 is similar to LDC deviation.
What's different? What changed for 2?
I don't think that you can deviate from the LDC based on 2.
So, all right, just to make everybody very confused. So for the criteria for the alternative standards, the criteria are the following. I'm going to read them and you'll see how a lot of them match up. 1, the alternative standard meets or exceeds the intent and purpose of this code, the code requirement at issue. That's for alternative standard from the code. 2, no feasible engineering or construction solutions can be applied to satisfy the regulation. 3, the alternative standard does not adversely affect compliance with other code provisions, development orders, or permits. 4, the alternative standard is not in conflict with other mandatory substantive requirements of local, state, or federal law. 5, the alternative standard is consistent with the applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan. So those are the criteria for alternative standards from the LDC.
So I think I'm still correct. The difference is 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Yes.
Yeah, because 2 and 3, my recollection when I discussed this with Margaret, is those, DOT has those as deviation standards in their
chapter 14.
In their green book.
Yeah.
We didn't think it was appropriate to say that you can deviate those from those standards under DOT's criteria and not under our criteria. So we added them.
Just trying to understand the difference.
So that's why 2 and 3 are there.
Okay, so following on, I'm sure you guys love when I put these tables together for you, but just want to go pretty much almost like section by section as to what exactly, and of course you have the strike-through underlined version and you have the clean version as well. So as I stated, chapter 303 common procedures, we did do a general cleanup of 303.1A development manual. One of the things that we noticed when we were looking through the section is that it calls out the assistant county administrator for the development manual. Usually we do county administrator or designee, so we just wanted to clarify that and make it consistent throughout. Additionally, we found in the development manual, we're now talking about development manual, not the design standards manual, that we didn't have a statement of how it could be appealed. So we added that statement. So this same statement that's in, sorry about that. It's in your paragraph 2. That statement was added to the development manual. Oh, I apologize. No, the last statement that are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners pursuant to 407.1A3. So it reads, the development manual and all changes to the development manual shall be considered written policies of general applicability that are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners pursuant to section 407.1.8.3 of this code within 30 days of their initial publication on the county website. That's what
30 days of their initial publication
on the county website.
And when did they take effect after being published on the county website?
Likely, but we'd probably say they don't take effect until after the appeal period is run.
After the appeal
31
period
days.
is over is usually what we would do.
I mean,
Well, hold back up.
Sure.
So, how will I know that there was a change made to the design standards?
we're discussing
Am I
development.
literally supposed to go to the county website every day and check to see if there was a change, so that I know that my appeal period is running?
Are we now talking about the design standards manual or the development manual?
Either
Because the
one.
design standards manual, it specifically states that they're going to be, and I believe Ms. Smith spoke about, that this is gonna go to the horizontal roundtable. You're gonna talk to the horizontal roundtable, to the interested parties about changes that are being proposed. So there's gonna be a public process for that.
Okay,
For the design standards.
for design
manual.
standards, okay, what's before you today is design standards
Correct.
manual, but.
But you're making changes to the development manual.
Okay, well.
Correct.
Okay, but it depends, it's hard for Denise to answer your question. Are you assuming that the sentence we just talked about gets added? Because if the sentence we just talked about gets added, you'll know it because it'll come to planning commission at a public hearing.
Well,
And
does
that'll
it,
work for me.
does that cover the development manual as well?
What I want to make sure
Well,
is that.
we haven't talked about the development manual, but I'm
That's
gonna
what she's
ask
speaking
Denise
about
and
now.
Brad whether they're willing to bring those changes to the planning commission or not. That's a different issue, but let's talk about the design standards manual first. So if it's at a notice public hearing, that's how they would know about a change to the code today.
I understand, for me, it's the other stakeholders that would have interest in those
Well,
design
they
standards.
take those to the
To
horizontal
the horizontal
roundtable.
roundtable,
I've
interested
never been
parties.
invited to a horizontal roundtable meeting.
We're gonna add you on the list right now.
Well, how many more John Moody's are out there that have never been invited to the
I
horizontal roundtable meeting?
I'm not sure if my colleagues know how many hundreds of people are invited to that horizontal roundtable meeting, but there is a huge email list and it continues to grow monthly based on folks asking to be added.
But is public notice made to anybody that has an interest in attending that?
It's on
Or
the
is it
county
all-
calendar. Yeah, it's a specific day every month on the county calendar. It's like the second or third Wednesday of the month.
My general understanding is that most of the, Mr. Moody may be an exception, most of the engineers that routinely do business in the county get an invite to that meeting. Whether they choose to attend or not is a different
I
question.
understand that.
But I believe that most.
Get subpoenaed to the meeting.
But I believe most of them are invited to the meeting.
That's an accurate statement.
Jeez, not me.
I guess your invitation got lost in the mail, but
You'll be on now.
it sounds like they're gonna add you.
Thank you.
Yes, we are gonna add you.
But in terms of, but regardless, for you personally, if the language we added gets put in, it'll come to the planning commission,
I understand.
and then you would know.
I'm just trying to make sure that stakeholders in these criteria have their opportunity to participate in the
Well,
process.
but that's why, that's
Know
why,
that, know that a hearing is going to happen on a
so,
certain
but the sentence that I proposed actually talks about both. It talks about collaborative manner with input from appropriate stakeholders, including final approval by the planning commission at public hearing. So it contemplates both things happening.
Trying to make sure.
Now, it doesn't contemplate that the development manual would do that, but I will tell you the development manual doesn't have technical standards in it.
Sure it does. It tells you how far you can put a red maple from pavement and how far, that's it.
Okay, well, I guess I'll have to ask Denise and Brad whether they're willing to bring those to the planning commission too.
You're not gonna like this, but short answer is no. The entire intention of that is that those are more policy level things that we do within a department. And they are some specific criteria that are in the land development code that are supposed to be in that manual. And it actually specifically calls them out to be in that manual, in the land development code, so that's why they're there. The entire intent of that is to not have to come back to this committee every time there is a small change. We have the meetings with the horizontal roundtable, the other stakeholder committees. Well, John, let me explain this a little bit. I need you to understand this. This is an extremely time-consuming and problematic process.
For you. I volunteer my time to come here.
Okay.
And review all of these things. I do. How many pages is this agenda today? This is 400 plus pages that I get hit with on
Just
Friday night.
this-
Every time. We had one.
This addendum's 148.
700 and something one time. I had one time where I got a walk-on agenda handed to me that was this thick. 2 seconds before the hearing. So yeah, you don't have to tell me about time-consuming and cumbersome. I get to spend my weekends reading this. And I don't get paid for this. But I'm happy to do it.
So the decisions are appealable to this body. So you still, if there is a concern with the development community about something that we are doing, you would still be able to hear it and have a final say. But it is just a process nightmare to, as fast as the markets change, as fast as the requests change and everything else is changing, for us to process this type of work more frequently, to be able to accommodate that and go through these multiple hearings for what could be a tiny little item is excessive. We don't have the resources to do that.
Okay. So I agree, I'm just saying, okay.
Well, this is the same discussion we had on the last one. I mean, you all could recommend something different than what staff did, but you just add very similar language to the language we just talked about, to the development manual.
Yeah, I mean, my only concern is ever just to be able to see it and have a chance to have a bite at the apple. You know, that's all.
Well, more importantly, that the public has a chance to
Right.
see it.
So I went over the changes in 303, adding the design standards manual. I went over the changes in 407 for the design standards manual. So there's other sections, for example, 402.2, which is the zoning amendments. It talks about that variation. It talks about variations from the land development code. I'm now adding variations from the land development code or from the design standards manual. You know, chapter 900. 901.1 transportation corridor spacing, there are no changes, so it stays the same. 901.2 transportation corridor management, there are no changes, so that stays the same. 901.3 access management.
Well, I'm sorry, I want to back up.
Sure.
I'm not trying to be argumentative.
Because I said everything was in 900, so I wanted to clarify that there are things in 900 that are not
So
changing.
we have transportation corridor spacing and corridor management. But yet in the design standard manual are the typical cross sections for the corridor. So does that mean they can be changed at will? Notwithstanding the proposed amendment?
That's a unique issue because actually those lists are embedded in the comp plan. Because yes, the cross sections there was a typical cross section adopted by resolution of the board, but then this body approved an amendment to the comp plan, which put in the widths of all those roadways into the comp plan. So no, that cannot be changed administratively. That's actually a comp plan amendment.
So then why are they in the design standards manual?
Because the comp plan just has a width. Okay, the comp plan just says 142 feet. The typical cross-section says this is what goes in that 140. These are the facilities that go in that cross-section.
So I think perhaps I need to be clearer. Nothing in 901.1 is going into the design standards manual, staying in the code. Nothing in the 9.2 transportation corridor management.
I understand that.
Okay.
And I agree. I'm looking at the red
Sorry about
lines.
that.
It's just
Okay.
that it's a related issue.
Mhm.
That's why I'm trying to get clear on it. Go ahead.
Okay, 901.3 access management, there's some cleanup other than moving some things into the design standards manual. It clarifies that the correct name of the FDOT manual is, there's different names that it's called out, so it clarifies the correct name, and then it also clarifies that it's the latest edition throughout, and then it references correct FDOT chapters and indices throughout. In that same section, 901.3, tables and graphs are moved into the design standards manual, and it moves these sections in the into the design standards manual. 901.3.1, access control. 901.3.J, isolated corner properties. 901.3.L, driveway
Oh,
width
you
and
missed
radii.
K. We missed K.
Oh, okay, well, I apologize, I will fix that for you.
K is throat distances, that's a design standard.
Okay, throat distance, 901.3.K.
I don't, was it, I'm not telling you to put it in or put it out, I'm asking, does it belong left in the LDC or does it belong in the proposed DSM? That's what I was trying to figure out when I'm looking at this. This didn't get redlined out, but it seemed like that's a design standard. See this here?
No, I can see it.
Okay, according to the document that I have, it is staying in the land development code. So throat distance did not change.
I guess Mr. Moody's question is why isn't it?
Okay,
moved
and
to-
I will defer to my colleagues from engineering services.
I think we debated a couple of these things. Are they design standards or not? And that's just, you know, a certain length. I don't know. We're looking at, I don't even know, is that listed in the DOT standards? I can't remember offhand.
Well, the
I would-
DOT does enforce it. I can tell you from getting DOT driveway permits, yes, they require 40 feet to the first conflicting movement for throat distance.
Okay, well, I mean, we went back and forth on some of these, and if that's something that would be better off in the design manual, that's something we can move over to the design manual. If that makes it more clear. You know, I'm saying to the designers that come in.
Proposal, not us. You're asking us to evaluate the proposal, so I'm asking the question. This
Well,
is
and
something that's-
right, okay, but I'm talking to you as engineer to engineer, because that's what we did with the horizontal roundtable. We went back and forth on these things with all those engineers that were on that committee. And so that's how I'm talking to you right now, but I understand where you're coming from. You're on the panel. It's something we'll look at. We can add that. That's one of the things we've talked about continually. This manual will be something that we can work more flexibly with the horizontal
Play
roundtable.
devil's advocate, though. If it's still in the LDC, you can't easily amend it. I mean, I think that's part of what Mr. Moody's trying to say. He's kind of helping you here. Because if your whole argument is you want to be able to easily amend standards in the DSM, you won't be able to do that if it stays in the LDC. So if that's one that you want, throat distances.
We could consider moving.
Can I ask another question before we go any further too? During the meeting that we had, I got told this has to be done by March 7th. What the heck happens on March 7th? What happens if this happens April 7th or May 7th? What's the consequence of March 7th? And so what I'm afraid of doing is rushing into these things, and I'm seeing some of these things still need some thought, some work. But I was told this must be done by March 7th. So what happens on March 7th?
We picked a date. We picked a date and said we wanted to. We've been working on it for over 2 years, and if you don't sometimes put a date on things, you just keep doing that. You keep sliding out to April, May, that type of thing. I like to see it done before I leave because I put a lot of effort into it, and to me, it's an important document. It's putting us in line with the other counties around here. I mean,
So,
I think we talked about that as well in our meeting.
Mr. Moody, are there many other ones that, because if it's in the DSM, in theory, it can be changed later fairly easily. Are there any others that were left in the LDC that you're questioning whether they should have been moved to the DSM besides that one?
Well, the horizontal act, let's see, this would be Q, other design elements.
Even has design in the title.
And it talks about, that the angle between connecting roads should be between 90 and 60 degrees. That sounds like a design criteria. An access that has a gate across it shall be designed so that minimum 3-car stack distance 75 feet. That sounds like a design criteria. Access is designed to facilitate movement of vehicles off highway or prevent the queuing of vehicles on the traffic. These are design criteria things. Another, let's see. Well, we get to talk about the substandard roadway, but that's being taken out, and my question is, that's a procedure, that's not a design standards. Pavement widths, I'm confused there. We're leaving pavement widths in the manual. In fact, there's another table that we all got an email about right-of-way widths and pavement widths, but shoulders are being moved to the manual. So I guess if I'm designing a road now and what's supposed to be easier with one manual, I gotta look in the LDC to figure out what the pavement width is, and then I gotta go to the manual to get the shoulder width.
So, Margaret, let me ask you a question. I guess the reason I'm a little lost is, I guess I thought when Commissioner Mariano asked you to meet with Mr. Moody, I thought we'll put the democracy comment aside because that's a different issue. But this kind of discussion about standards that should or shouldn't have been moved, I thought that was the purpose of the meeting with Mr. Moody.
I got less than 24 hours to review the manual. I got an email one day with a manual and proposed LDC changes attached to it, and at 9 a.m. the following morning, we had a Teams meeting.
Well, I guess my question is...
So I didn't get a fair shot.
Right.
Those are things I just quickly...
Right, but I guess my question is there... Can we have another meeting where we go to this kind of detail? Because I think the rest of the planning commission... I don't want to speak for the rest of the planning commission. The whole issue about them losing their review authority is something the whole planning commission probably needs to weigh in on.
Right.
But the kind of things you're talking about now seems like they could be resolved with a one-on-one meeting with staff where you say, hey, wasn't this one moved? Maybe this one should stay here. Maybe, I mean.
All right, but we're being asked to vote on it now.
Well, that's what I'm asking is.
We're willing to delay. I mean, you did have some very good comments for having such short time to review it, Mr. Moody.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if we
I wouldn't mind delaying it.
Continue this.
Yeah.
So that you have another meeting with Mr. Moody to go over these kind of issues. I realize we're not going to reach agreement on the whole democracy thing, okay? That's a different issue. But you should be able to reach agreement on this kind of stuff, like whether something should be in the DSM or...
He had some very good comments.
Or the LDC. So I'm wondering if we could continue this, you have another meeting with Mr. Moody to fix those kinds of things, and then bring it back to the planning commission.
Well, I'd like to make sure our guys in the HRT are looking at it too.
Well, I mean, I agree you're not the sole judge, but you probably have the most expertise with possibly Mr. Girardi too. But you can't meet together because that's a sunshine law problem. But
and there are things this pool over here is affected by in this land development code that affects his business.
I understand, but has Mr. Poole identified any that?
Well, he hasn't yet, but
okay,
this
well, I don't
is
know.
his first shot at looking at the changes too.
Well,
yeah. So Mr. Girardi is on the HRT, and he has seen a lot. But we actually did want to have a meeting with him, and then he mentioned that he wasn't going to be here today. So
okay, my recommendation.
He knew something that we didn't know.
Probably. Okay, so maybe
how long this would last.
Okay,
he's been looking through.
So maybe we'll throw this out. You continue it. You have one more meeting with Mr. Moody. You then have a separate meeting with Mr. Girardi where you alert him to what you changed, the changes that have occurred since he last saw this at horizontal roundtable, and he wouldn't know about anything that changed since horizontal roundtable. See if he has any additional comments, then bring it back to the planning commission after you have those two meetings. I'm not trying to, if any other planning commission members want to have one-on-one meetings, I'm not saying you shouldn't. This is your chance to ask for it now, but I'm just, some of the details that we're talking about, I'm not sure a public discussion of them is going to be that helpful.
I agree.
I agree.
Right,
So,
and all I'm asking
I
is
totally agree with that.
they're either design standards or they're not.
and I think you are making some very good comments. My point is that I don't know that the rest of the planning commission wants to go standard by standard.
We shouldn't do committee work in a board meeting.
Right, yeah. Wants to go standard by standard and say this one should be in DSM, this one should be in code. So that's why I'm suggesting maybe we continue it, you have that.
You must be hungry.
I missed that.
Part of my job is to represent the entire planning commission. I suspect that some of them
If we
want to go
continue, how
home.
much, if we continue, how much time would be acceptable for everyone?
Thank you.
If we made that continuance motion, how much time would be acceptable for everyone? Next meeting, or?
I guess the question would be how long, I mean, obviously there's no public that interested in this, so.
Well, let me ask the staff, because I can tell you that if you come back and have a meeting with me, 902 was ignored. There hasn't been anything regarding stormwater. I mean, I'm gonna have a lot of questions about that. All these changes were things that affect roadways and roadway designs and DOT standards. And for those of you who don't know it, the name of my company is 2GH Solutions, and if you're a stormwater engineer, you know that there's significance to the name, so.
And we would definitely have the stormwater team there. As I said, they are working on their standards. They wanted to get some of them moved over and be able to work with them on an ongoing process. But I definitely would have to have them with us to work through that. I don't know if you know Joseph or Moen, any of the public works gentlemen. So we'll bring them with us. How much time would you need to really get a good look at the?
I think that depends on what they want to change. I mean, I got a few questions here. I've marked folks. I don't have 100 of these that I said are design criteria, and I brought them to point them out as examples.
Right, but I don't want this to go to the board with, we should fix it before it goes to the board. And if there's 10 of them, there's 10 of them, or if there's 15 of them, there's 15 of them. Regardless, they need to be identified and fixed.
I'll tell you that I would feel a lot better about this if this were a comprehensive design standards manual. One of the questions I'm going to ask is stormwater. What about, I'm sorry, what section is parking standards? There's lots of design criteria in there. I asked about landscaping. There's lots of design criteria there. Why aren't all these things being moved into this manual?
Good question.
So the question is how much longer should we continue it for, so you have a chance to address this?
Well, it depends on the scope of what, we probably need to let Brad speak, but if it's simply to talk about what staff has already done and whether there's 5 or 10 ones that should have been in the manual that are in the code, or that probably is, that's a one continuance meeting. If it's, what about all these other things in the code that didn't go in the manual at all, that's more than a one meeting continuance, but let's let Brad speak to the.
Yeah, generally just to answer that question real quickly, at the most basic level, there are different designees by the county administrator for those different sections of codes that are actually operated by different people through different processes. So that's why they're split out basically in the way that they're done. Margaret is the designee for the pieces that are in the design manual, and a selection of other people are designees for the pieces that are in the other.
If I could add to Brad's comment, I'm not sure, and again, I wasn't in the one-on-one meetings with the board, but some of what you're talking about affect aesthetic standards, and I don't know that the board's going to want aesthetics to not have a role in changes to aesthetic standards. In fact, I think they're very interested in aesthetic standards, and they're not going to want that delegated to staff and the planning commission. So that would be my answer why parking and landscaping and those types of standards are not being moved to the manual.
Yeah, but there are things that are not aesthetics in those. You're talking about landscaping and buffering and that kind of thing, okay? We're about to be asked to reduce the width. We haven't even gotten to this. We're still hung up on design standards. There's other things going on in this ordinance, one of which is going to be changes to right-of-way widths and streets, which are things that affect how we administer the comprehensive plan. And I'm going to have lots of questions about when we get to that, about why the street widths are being changed. But I find it quite interesting that I'm going to reduce the width of a residential street in this ordinance, but at the same time, a parking lot's required to have drive aisles wider than what we're going to require developers to do residential streets. So these things are, so parking is something, and it's related.
So
How
you
do
think
how do
we,
I go in and tell a private guy, a guy that builds a shopping center, well, you have to build a 24-foot road, and you have to build a cross-access that has a structural number of 2.96, but if you want to come in here and build 40-foot wide lots, you can build a 50, whatever, 22-foot wide street now, and you can do it to a structural number of, that's less than what we require for a cross-access in a parking lot.
well, if we plan to meet again on this issue, the next time we meet here in Dade City, would that be enough time?
I would think we would need to at least 30 days, or a month, whatever,
Yeah, so
the cycle
two
back
meetings.
here.
The next meeting date set.
That work for everybody?
What, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
They're talking about continuing to the next meeting in Dade City, which is what date?
March 2nd.
That might be enough time to talk about some of these things, but if we're gonna make major changes, I don't think a month is enough.
You need more than a month?
I would say if we're gonna change the manual drastically, that's gonna take time. We're thinking of this as more of a roadway standard manual. We're now including site development, landscaping, all kinds of other stuff. So we have to even come to a common ground on what we think this manual should have.
Margaret, I'm sorry, because what I just talked about isn't in the manual. This is a table. This change that we're being asked to evaluate today contains more than just the design manual. There's also substantive changes to how much right-of-way we require of developers for streets, for subdivisions, and widths for pavement. And and there's been no explanation. We haven't got that far yet, and I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, so that's different than ours.
That's not,
I am totally losing
that's not
it
going
here.
into the manual.
Boom, we're going to a different area.
And I
Okay.
was confused as to why that's not going in the manual. At the same time, we're gonna be asked to change street widths and right-of-way widths. And I questioned, why isn't that in the manual?
It's more code and comprehensive.
But I'm anxious to hear why, or the reasons.
Would you like to hear why now, or do you want to continue it and we could talk about it? Because I do have someone to talk about that section.
Well, how much time do you think we're gonna need to continue? We're gonna need more than two meeting cycle?
So as Margaret Smith was talking about, if we're just gonna focus on the things that we're focusing on now, which are 900 and the stormwater, that part of the stormwater section, I think that a month is adequate.
And if it's not, you can bring it back to us and say, we propose another continuance, because we haven't.
Yeah.
So I'd move that we continue it for a month.
Yeah, we're not, I just want to be clear that we're not talking about landscaping, we're not talking about buffering, we're not talking about
We're not talking about anything, we're moving to
irrigation.
continue.
Right, okay.
So item
Section 900
PC,
contains all.
Well,
Item PC,
and-
But I
or
went through
PC
every
9.
single
The
section.
other thing I would add is that
It's 900.
those other things you're talking about can't be moved to the manual without you seeing them anyway, because they'd be being pulled out of the code. So,
yes. And I'm not saying they can't be or shouldn't be. All I'm asking is, if the goal is customer, I'm being sold this manual that this is customer service and this is easy, but yet I'm an engineer, I have to live with this. Whatever we practice, I gotta live with it, okay? So when I wanna go, when I need to know the shoulder width, I'll go to the design standard manual. When I need to know the pavement width on the subdivision street, I'll go to the land development code. When I need to know where I can plant the maple tree, then I'm gonna have to go to the development. I'm trying to figure out how this is easier in my life.
Just as
Okay?
a point of,
This has become crazy.
as a point of order, we had a motion and a second. That puts us in discussion at the moment.
So any further discussion? Anybody else on the board? If not,
Well, wait, I want to know what we're voting on.
to continue.
To continue for a month.
To continue, okay.
To continue this, that is section 901, which is transportation, and 902, which is stormwater.
Okay, and what's the period of time?
That is going to be to the March 2nd Planning Commission meeting, or LPA meeting at 1:30 here in Dade City.
And if at that time, then they feel like there's still items that need to be addressed, we can always continue it again.
Please, let me finish. if Margaret is retiring in the near future, will she be here at that meeting, or will she already have
I believe Margaret retires at the end of March, if I'm not mistaken, so she'll still be here.
you wouldn't want to start this whole conversation with the new person. That's what I'm trying to get
Yes.
to on that one.
Maybe we would.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to open that door, you know, honestly, that doesn't work that well.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion
And
carries.
just by way of clarification, the meetings that will occur between the next 30 days are with Mr. Moody and Mr. Girardi. None of the other planning commission members
Right.
need one-on-one meetings.
Right.
I'm just asking, because I don't want
That's-
you all to say,
That's
well, how
correct.
come I didn't get one
I'll
later?
defer to Mr. Moody
Okay, all right.
What I
and Mr. Girardi.
asked this of staff, and I'm sorry for getting contentious right out of the box today, but when I got my planning commission agenda on Friday evening, I opened it up. I immediately went to where the design standard manual presentation was, just to see if any of the things that we had talked about during our teams meeting got into the manual, and I was shocked to find that the manual wasn't even in our agenda packet to take a look at. I was personally insulted by that, and I hope that you'll put whatever manual, whatever form we agree on in the material that we get to review.
Will do.
Okay, anything else? Denise, are we finished?
The last time the planning commission asked if your emails can be forwarded from your personal email to the county email, and the answer is yes, and I believe that Sonia worked on getting that done, and that's already been done. The thing is, and David, please jump in if you don't mind, but I just want to caution you that some of you, I've noticed that when you get an email like of objection or whatever, you'll say, thank you for your email. If you're receiving this in your personal email, that response is going to come from your personal email, so please be very cognizant of either not doing that or doing that directly from your county email. Does that make sense, David?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, the important thing is that it gets captured by our county email system and that you know about it.
Yes.
So, just gonna throw it out there, even if it came from their personal email, as long as they copied you on it.
Good point.
It would still be
Please copy
captured.
me if you say thank you for
I'm just saying
contacting me.
the simpler direction, because rather than make you have to go into your county email to send the reply, I think even if you want to do it from your personal email, recognizing it's going to have public record, but you can do it, you just got to make sure you copy Denise on the email.
Right. Sometimes though what happens is that now triggers a chain of events where that person will now be emailing the planning commission member at his or his own personal email address because the response was received from the personal email address. So that's why I just said, I just cautioned the planning commission on that.
As long as you all understand that now you've converted your personal email system into a public record, if you're willing to live with that's okay. But to me, the bigger issue is making sure that it's captured by you, so you know that
Yes.
you have it for
You
ex
have to
parte.
copy her with everything.
For ex parte communication purposes.
Yes.
And that it's captured in our county system for public record search purposes. If Denise is copied, I know both of those things will occur. Where we're gonna get into trouble is if you're replying to the citizen or land use applicant directly from your personal email and not copying Denise, now there's no record of it in the county system.
Right.
And Denise doesn't know about it, so we don't know that there's been an ex parte communication. So the most important thing to me is copying Denise. Which email it comes from is somewhat relevant, but copying Denise always solves the problem.
I like that.
Or you, I CC you on.
Well, you can CC me too, but I'd rather you CC Denise.
He winds up getting them anyway, so there's the forward button immediately, David, Liam, or whomever, yeah. Yeah. Great. That's what I've
Okay.
got, thank
Well,
you.
one last question, Denise, is somebody working on the request by the planning commission? For
I believe so, and Brad may
report
have more
from
information about that than I
sheriff
do.
and Fire rescue?
Yes, we're working on that, so it's gonna happen at a planning commission soon in the future.
Okay, cool.
Great.
All right, did we have a motion to adjourn?
Takes a little bit more coordination for that.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.